today is into the Australian You'll think I'm being repetitive, but as you all know, there's requirements on the chair to make sure that all the right things are said to the people. And just to remind everyone that what's said today is important record. We're going to be having a couple of breaks. We'll break for an hour at lunchtime. And then I think we've got another break early afternoon for 15 minutes. So we'll make it as tolerable as possible. But does anyone want to say anything before we call the Australian War Memorial in?
All good, Chair.
Dr McLeish has a statement she'd like to make.
Oh, thank you. Yes, so Dr Caroline McLeish, Auditor General for Australia, and I have a short opening statement, if I may, Chair.
Oh.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair, and good morning to committee members. And I'm really pleased to be here in my first attendance of the JCPAA after commencing as Auditor General for Australia last week. It's a real privilege to be afforded the opportunity to take on the role. I'm entering a role with a long tradition of supporting integrity, accountability and transparency in the government sector. The Office of Auditor General was the first statutory integrity entity established by the Commonwealth Parliament following passage of the Audit Act 1901. Reflecting the high priority placed on accountability and performance, the Audit Act was the fourth act to be passed by the first federal parliament. I'm an officer of the Parliament, and the Australian National Audit Office, the ANAO, assists me in performing my functions. The relationship between the ANAO and Parliament is important and very much valued by me and by my office. Together we reinforce the importance of public sector accountability, with the ANAO, the Parliament and its committees all playing a role. With more than 120 years building public sector audit expertise, the Audit Office has served the Parliament and sustained a reputation for integrity and independence, both key factors in maintaining public confidence in the system of government. I hope to be a worthy steward of this legacy and to steer the ANAO into the future well. As you'll appreciate, having started the role last week, my ANAO colleagues will assist me to address the matters that you would like to ask my office. I very much look forward to working with you in future years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Reynolds, did you want to add anything or say anything at this point?
Thank you, Chair, for the courtesy, and yes, I would. First of all, Dr McLeish, welcome. You are very welcome. You join an incredibly strong team at the ANAO that has a high degree of professionalism and subject matter expertise. And as an officer of the Parliament, your role is critical to democracy, in fact. And the transparency you provide to the Parliament on a non-partisan basis is much appreciated, as is the relationship that your team has with the Secretariat and also all of the members of JCPAA. So welcome to the job, and you are ably supported by a fabulous team.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds, and thank you for the opening statements. We had a chance to meet, I think it was last week, very briefly, and congratulations. I joined with Senator Reynolds in recognising the important role that you have. Any other comments from anyone? In that case, we will call the, can I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit for the inquiry into the contract management framework operated by Commonwealth entities, and I thank witnesses for being here today. Can I invite is the War Memorial people outside, Jenny, or are they inside?
They're in the room, Ms. Burney.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being here. Perhaps if you introduce yourself, but before we do that, I do call on representatives of the Australian War Memorial and the Australian National Audit Office. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Leanne Patterson, Assistant Director and Branch Head for Corporate Services, Australian War Memorial.
Christopher Weidenbard, Development Project, Deputy Project Director.
Helen Petrosky, Chief Finance Officer, Australian War Memorial.
Wayne Hitches, Executive Project Director for the Development at the Australian War Memorial.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General, ANAO.
Rona Mello, Deputy Auditor General.
Michelle Page, Acting Group Executive Director, ANAO.
Alexandra Collins, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Thank you all very much. This is a very formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false, misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked or give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. I remind all present that as Chair, I will ensure the proceedings are conducted in an orderly and respectful and courteous way. Are there any brief opening comments? Any opening comments from the committee?
From Australian War Memorial, we do.
Yes, I have a statement to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the committee's inquiry into contract management frameworks. I'd like to offer the apologies of the Director of the Australian War Memorial, Mr Matt Anderson, who is unable to join us today as he is attending the Council's quarterly meeting. So I'd like to provide the committee with an update and insights into the memorial systems to manage procurement and contract management. Our submission to the committee confirmed that the memorial was found by the Australian National Audit Office to be largely effective in its management of a relatively high value and complex construction project, an area where the memorial did not have a depth of in-house expertise. The performance audit found no evidence of corruption, conflict of interest or failures in probity, and concluded that all procurement activities were conducted through open and competitive processes and were successfully delivering value for money outcomes for taxpayers. We would therefore contend that our controls were proven to be effective. The audit made 5 findings to improve our controls, and the memorial accepted these and implemented its management actions prior to May 2024. In most cases, these changes had been made before the audit was tabled in April 2024. The recommendations in the ANO report helped augment our existing processes, maturing the memorial's approach, and our submission includes these details. The inquiry's terms of reference include considering relevant expertise as part of contract management. I'd like to highlight that bringing the necessary expertise in-house has greatly contributed to the memorial being able to achieve value for money outcomes. This is achieved by having staff with expertise to make informed decisions and judgments to technical areas that can be ambiguous and complex. Engaging people with this expertise does bring in some potential conflicts of interest, as the audit notes. But directly employing rather than contracting the resource assists with managing contracts, as does the range of policies, frameworks and procedures that govern the work of the APS, such as declaring conflicts, potential and real as they occur, the APS Code of Conduct, the Public Service Act, the Crimes Act, the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, the use of selection panels, separations of duties and, of course, delegations. The memorial takes a risk management-based approach to procurement and contract management processes. Our risk appetite statement supports this with a moderate appetite for service delivery and legal risks and a low appetite for compliance risk, including potential for fraud and corruption. This enables the memorial to deploy its scarce resources to better effect. A stratified risk appetite statement and the concept of engaging with a moderate, well-managed risk to achieve results benefits from individuals' expertise in contract management to understand the framework. This is also an area where specialist advice, guidance and procedures are warranted to drive performance and monitor compliance. This is the second line of defence that the memorial highlighted in its submission. Record keeping is an issue and we are tackling this in a number of ways. We have centralised part of our procurement and contract management process, which provides natural control points such as the approval of procurement plans, commitment authorisations and issuing of contracts and variations. This centralisation of part of the process brings in expert checkpoints, including confirming that records are in order without the overhead or disconnect from the contract deliverables that come from an entirely centralised process. The memorial is pursuing automation to assist with record keeping and guiding staff through the procurement and contract management process. Our submission acknowledged the important role that the Department of Finance plays with its existing guidance and the further work that it intends to do, and I'd like to reiterate my support for this important work. Lastly, culture is important. The message that contract management is an important skill and enabler of much of our success must come from the top, supported by governance functions, rather than the governance functions being seen to tie leaders up in red tape. Governance advice and policy must be outcomes-based, tailored to the entity to comply with statutory and whole-of-government obligations in a way that makes sense to the entity. Leadership must be visible, consistent, uphold the APS standards and be accountable. The memorial is amending its delegations to better align with the procurement thresholds for regular processes to focus senior leadership on those high-risk, high-value activities. And this is complemented further by refining the tools and templates to guide and support staff. Thank you.
Look, thank you very much for those comprehensive comments. I have a question, but I'll throw it over to committee members or those of you that are in the room as well, of course.
Chair, would you like me to start?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. Could I ask that your statement be tabled, please?
Yes, of course.
Because it'll take us a little while, I think, to get the Hansard. Look, first of all, can I say a couple of things? I had the privilege of being there for both ceremonies on Remembrance Day, and it was fantastic. And it was really good. I mean, it was good to be back, you know, in around the stone of remembrance, and I was very impressed to see how, it's the first time I've been back for a while, to see how you're managing such a large project. And I think it's important to note that of all of the ones that we're looking at today, the contracts, I think that you've done an outstanding job. A very small organisation with a $1 billion 10-year project, over 200 contracts, and as you've said, an organisation that is not used to, and it wasn't established to do this. And not only that, but you also have the weight of all Australians, because the War Memorial is the beating heart. So, and it's the expectations of Australians, current and future. So, while it hasn't been perfect, in comparison to many of the others that we're going to be looking at today, I just wanted to say congratulations on where you've got to. I think it's going to be, and it already is emerging as quite an outstanding and important national project. So I just want to put that on the record first. And I know other members who've been recently to a tour were similarly impressed with that. So I think my first question is, off the back of that, of your opening comments, is for other organisations, many who are much larger than you and have, much larger contracts than this. Could you just expand on some of your reflections? I'm particularly interested in the areas you talked about, specifically what support you got from finance that was helpful. We don't always hear that in this committee. So in exactly sort of what sort of support they provided that was good. And in terms of bringing the expertise in-house, I guess that's my second sort of question. So maybe the first one first is finance, but then perhaps if you could unpack the bringing it in-house, and then we'll talk about the experience with culture.
Thank you. I might refer to Helen as CFO, who directly manages the procurement and contract management function.
I mean, in terms of help from finance, we didn't get any direct help in relation to this project per se, but we did find their existing guidance with the CPRs and related guidance material quite useful in terms of setting up our governance framework. And we did liaise with them about some advice generally on how we were going to set up our governance framework, which was quite handy. But we didn't get any direct help in terms of this project specifically.
So it was more what they provided, what they had available to you?
Yes.
So can I also then ask, and I'll go to Mr Hitchens, what more could they have done that would have value added the information available? I
think what would have been helpful, and I know it's a model that's used in the state government for major projects, which I have worked in before, is you usually have a major project team at a sort of centralised model to sort of deploy and help some of these smaller agencies deal with some of these major construction projects. That is something that would have been really, really useful for us, I would have thought. We had to buy that resource in, and we brought it in-house with Wayne and his team. But I think that would have been really helpful to make sure that we had all our checks and balances in place. If we sort of had a pre-audit check of that we'd set up everything that we should have done, I think that would have been really quite helpful. We did find that we do find as a corporate Commonwealth entity, to be honest, that a lot of the guidance isn't specifically tailored to us, and that can be quite confusing. So I think some more tailored guidance towards some of the corporate Commonwealth entities would be really useful.
Thank you, that was very helpful. Mr Hitchens.
If I could just add, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
If I could just add to that, we do have an IDAC committee which does meet quarterly.
IDAC, can you just...
so it's the Interdepartmental Advisory Committee, that's what it is. And we do meet quarterly, and finance do send a representative to that, I think to just about every meeting that we've had, where we run through what we're doing at the project, what our challenges are, and we get feedback, and we also offer information as well, which I think has worked extraordinarily well.
And they're from the property team, aren't they?
They are, yes. And we have indeed created our own company, if you like, inside of the memorial, which looks after the development and the construction and the design to deliver this, which is a full series of policies and processes that sit within inside the memorial's policies and processes to deliver such a large project, which I think has been crucial to our success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to say? Brian, take you can't hear you.
First one for the day.
You think you know by now, Brian?
It's all different. Anyway, look, thank you all for being here. I've just got a couple which speaks specifically to the ANAO. There was a finding that record-keeping practices did not follow approved processes, and the development project was not subject to a gateway review under the Australian Government Assurance Reviews Framework. Wouldn't mind just getting a quick explanation as to, why that occurred and what's happened since. And a little shiver went up my spine when I read that ministerial briefs lacked accuracy as well as transparency, but accuracy really concerned me. Could you perhaps detail what sort of inaccuracy are we talking about? Was it significant? Was it mild? And what's being done to address that? Thank you.
Just before Mr Hitch's answers, Chair, are you okay? We've got a photographer for the Canberra Times here. Are you okay if they take photos? I am. I'm comfortable, but we just have to go through the formality.
All right. Yes, so I can't see that, but yes, I'm fine with that if everyone else is.
Thank you.
Who's going to respond to Mr Mitchell's comments?
I would like to respond if I may. So as far as the details that were sent to the Minister, it was found that the amount of information that we sent up was not consistent with the amount of information that the delegate signs off on. So we do have our procurement systems in place where we have a panel and a chair of the panel and then the delegate, and then generally it goes to the director and then to the Minister. And the Minister was not getting the same level of detail as would go to the delegate and to the director. And our Minister, the current Minister, has requested that full level of detail, which is now being provided. So we believe that it was more the level of detail rather than inaccuracies. There is reference in the ANAO report to a couple of contracts that were advised as either being split or being a lower level than the Minister would normally sign off on, and we could speak to those individually if needed. But I think that is the level of detail that the Minister has now requested and we are now providing. And
okay, well, that's a very good clarification again, I think. Thank you for that, because I think it's important. It is important, I think, to make the distinction between a Minister perhaps being given an executive summary when they would have preferred the full granular detail. I guess one could argue that's an inaccuracy, but it's your contention that, to your knowledge, Ministers have not been given information that's erroneous. That's a fair summation?
That would absolutely be my position. Yes, we have not done that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, did you have a... You're on mute as well.
Thanks, Chair. I had a couple of questions, and I would echo Senator Reynolds' comments earlier in terms of, you know, the outcomes being largely effective, which is a good thing to see, and particularly the comments in your opening statement about culture being important. I wondered if you could talk a bit more about that, and particularly around accountability. So it seems to me that, you know, as you say, things, you know, messages come from the top. So what does that driving good management look like in practice, particularly around accountability and any other, I guess, standout items of practice that you would say helps drive that positive culture?
I can certainly talk to that in the development context with accountability and the way that that is managed within the project. As you rightly say, it's a large amount of money. We're $550 million that we are progressively spending over 9 years. And we do have individual representatives accountable for their project of funds, and we do a review on that every 6 weeks, which is forecast fully to the end of the project. This is not a normal situation for the government where it is an annual spend. We are a whole of life spend, and we detail that out to the very end. Individuals are very accountable for their contracts that they manage. As Senator Reynolds rightly said, we have had some 270 odd contracts in play, and those are individually managed and forecast, and each individual variation would be assessed, reviewed, approved, committed and accepted. So there is a well-trodden path there, and we take that very seriously, and we do a lot of work around the accountability of staff who have all taken on that responsibility very positively.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And just a follow-up, I guess. What if any, role in terms of oversight around, I guess you mentioned your kind of risk management approach again in your opening statement. Does the council have, you have your internal practical frameworks that you've just talked through around spending and reporting? Do you think that, is there any role that the council plays that also kind of lifts that to a higher level that drives accountability? And if so, what is effective in that sense?
Yes, I can speak to that again, if I may, which is that the council have put in place a management committee for the development, and that meets quarterly on the day prior to council. So yesterday we had a 4.5-hour session which was purely on the development. Council members sit on that, as well as some other invited individuals, and we go through in detail everything from safety to budget management to site progress to program to quality to large challenges as they arrive. And everything is exposed at that meeting. We talk through all the details and all the challenges, all the strategies to get to completion, our progress, what each of the completion dates look like, and then from there an executive summary also goes to council, which is sitting today in this case, which has any recommendations for council to give their approval or otherwise on.
I would also add that the Finance and Audit and Compliance Committee of Council also considers major risks and budget impacts of the development project. So there are two layers of council oversight as well as the council itself.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Look, I did have a couple of questions. The Senator, how do you say your last name, Lisa? Damian.
Darmanin. It's tricky.
Asked the question about the role of the council in terms of the governance of the project, and thank you for responding there. But I wanted to ask two other things. The first is, you said it was a 9-year project. If you could just unpack that a little bit, and going off Senator Reynolds' observations on where the project's actually at now, understanding that there was some controversy about the project itself. I'm certainly not asking you to comment on that, but just recognise that it was a very brave thing that you've done by managing it basically in-house and buying in expertise. I'd like to understand what was behind that decision.
So I can give an update on progress, and then the decision to come in-house I'll talk to briefly as well. As far as progress, we did start in 2019 after the business case was approved at the end of 2018. So by June of 2019, we were building a team. I had come on board in April of 2019, and the first year was about preparation and putting our documentation together, including those 42 manuals that I talked about, with how we would manage everything from procurement to our overall governance to contract management to program management, and on it goes. The second year was all about getting our approvals through, and as you know, we went through the EPBC approval process, Public Works and the NCA, and each of those are sequential while also being in parallel. So that was an effort for us. It took us about 18 months. At the start of 2020, we were into excavation, and we have 3 different sites around the main memorial building, and we started those simultaneously, and one of the risk mitigations there was to do that as a separate early works contract and not put that...
And did that involve the Canberra Cabinet Authority at all?
The NCA, yes it did. So everything has been approved by the NCA prior to us commencing these items.
Okay. And
we had a 2-stage approval with the NCA where early works were approved before the main building works were approved. So the sizes were all known, and then we went through design competitions for the main buildings.
Right, I see.
But separating out the excavation, because there was a considerable amount of water in the ground that comes down off the mountain at the back, and there was a lot of rock, there was a lot of asbestos, there was a lot of things there that were unknowns, and separating that out meant that we didn't have delay costs from a major builder. If we had gone down a managing contractor route or something like that,
right.
we would have been locked into delay claims. So we consciously separated that out and had those start. So by the time we came to 2022, we had engaged, at the end of 2022, engaged 3 major builders to do our 3 major constructions. And then we commenced that construction. We've been working on program since then, and I can confidently say that this year we have already handed over the central energy plant, which is the heart and lungs of our precinct, and is the geothermal which we've put into the precinct. And it's working. Sure. So it was always going to work. But that is now up and operational, which is on time. We have also very recently opened the front door again. We had been entering the back of the memorial for some 3 years while we had excavated out the front. We have put back the forecourt, and again, that is the existing pavement that was there at the start. We took it away, we cleaned the asbestos off the back, we brought them all back and put them back where they were. Same with the bastions and the front stairs. And that is now open to the public again, opened up on the 24th of September. We're now heading towards our Christmas deadlines, which are always construction deadlines, which is our southern entrance and the CEW Bean building completion, so they will be open to the public next year. So again, we're heading on track, on budget, on time. So the last ones that we have is the main building itself. There are a lot of constraints in the main building. We have found a lot of latent conditions in there which have affected our budget and will affect the amount that we can finalise in there. But we are very much getting all the heavy work done. And
those latent conditions are things that have been hidden that you weren't aware of.
Absolutely. So in the main building, there is a lot of asbestos. There is, I often say it's a bit like corn flour. People just mix it into everything. But we have a lot of asbestos. We have a lot of lead paint. There is a lot of fire rating issues that we've had to fix. There are water leaks we have to fix. So there is a lot in there that we've had to deal with because this is our chance to build back better. So when we open something up, we don't leave it, we must fix it. And then we have Anzac Hall at the back, which is well progressed now. For anyone who has been past lately, you'll see the roof is going on. So we've finished the excavation, we've put the Super T beams in, we've now put the roof on top, and it is progressing, so we'll finish that completion at the end of next year for opening in 2026. So again, on target for where we want to be. So, and then the main building itself is the finalisation, the inside at the lower level and out in the grounds is where we move to 2028.
So what do you mean by that? Sorry.
So inside the main building, there is works especially to the north end of the main building that we've cleared out, and we had to have other areas available to move those records and staff into. So then the work in the back of the main building is still yet to be done. It can't be done until we finish the other projects. And the same with some of the landscaping work and straightening of the roads and pathways that are out in the gardens. That work needs to be done, and it is scheduled at the end of our process for completion by June of 2028. But we did pull works forward back in COVID times where we looked at how could we assist with the workforce, and we are doing the main infrastructure work in the lower level of the main building at the same time as the other 3 projects. So, which is why there's a lot going on, but we've been able to remain open, keep all our collection open to the public that's still in the building, including what was the post 45s on the lower level. And we've just recently opened our central stairs back up, which are relocated and are looking pretty glorious.
Thank you for that. Look, we've only got another 10 or so minutes.
Chair?
The 5 recommendations that have come through, you've agreed to all of them, and I note that the 6th recommendation is the Department of Finance agreed to in principle. What does that actually mean?
It's Rona Mellor here. Sometimes the Auditor General makes recommendations, if you like, to the central agency or to the government about a framework. And the department itself can't run and change the framework without engaging with government and giving advice to government. So Finance has agreed in principle to the recommendation. Finance has also noted a suggestion that we made in the audit to bring in the sort of gateway review process.
Yes.
Witnesses from the War Memorial have observed that this wasn't business as usual for the business of the War Memorial, this massive program of work, and the business as usual activities go along and a new thing comes along and it creates higher risk for the entity and for taxpayers, because this is 550 million plus of taxpayers' money. And what we've suggested in the audit report is that there be consideration given to sort of big high-risk projects of a certain kind, particularly where they're not business as usual activities of an entity, being subject to government's review processes. So gateway reviews enable government to send in independent people in a framework of checking and rate the project and assist the entity to amend its processes. Audits, we don't audit the War Memorial very often. It's a very important function. Audits help you in the Parliament tweak and push and recommend, whereas a gateway review, perhaps through the cabinet processes when funding is being attached to a big program like this, gives the government an opportunity to get some feedback on how the expenditure's going, how the program management's going, how the risks are being managed. So we've just suggested that as well. Finance has to brief government where we make these kind of changes, but they've acknowledged that they'll do that.
And Chair, it's Carla Jago here. I might just also mention that recommendation 6 you're talking about, when the Commonwealth procurement rules were updated in July this year, they were actually updated to pick up aspects of that recommendation 6 in this report.
Thank you for that.
Chair, can I just follow on from that? In relation to recommendation 6, I noticed the Department of Finance only agreed in principle, not actually agreed to recommendation 6. Have you had any further feedback from them in terms of whether they are or will or have implemented this?
So they have implemented it through the changes to the Commonwealth procurement rules in July this year.
I think also Senator Reynolds in Secretary Wilkinson's response to the audit, you know, he sent it out and everyone comes back. She did note that that recommendation, there's, you know, a commentary about under the existing requirements, amendments of less than 10,000 don't need to be published on AusTender. I think part of the agreement in principle is for them to go away and think about where the transparency is best achieved, and that's now resulted in the amendments that they've made to the CPRs.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any further comments or questions from...
I do, Chair. Yes. Sorry, I spoke over you then, sorry. I do when you're ready.
No, yeah, we've got about another 4 or 5 minutes.
Right, I might consolidate a number of questions. So just reflecting on the audit report, so this is a question for both the War Memorial and the ANAO. Reflecting on your feedback, your statement and your experiences, I'm just wondering whether there's an opportunity for maybe the ANAO through feedback with the War Memorial. I think there's a template here of governance as a bit of a case study that could be put together, because I think for a project of national significance for an organisation that doesn't normally do this, I think there's a really good case study to be had that can be shared across the public sector and, with the Secretary's Board. And, it wasn't perfect, but, you've listened to the ANAO, you've, incorporated things. And some of the observations in terms of, finance initially about what was helpful but what would be more beneficial, combined with the process they do quarterly, combined with what finance, and I really like the idea of having a finance flying team or whatever. What was it called? Would you say that was in the States?
Well, we used to call it a major projects sort of team that was deployed to set a project up.
Yeah. So just how you put this accountability, risk, project management, but I think also about having a look at the role of the board, because in public, in the public sector, we've found that the secretaries, quite often, if they don't have a natural interest in this area, things just happen, even on sort of much bigger projects, and then they get themselves into trouble because they don't, and even with Defence, with their investment committee, which arguably might be a similar. So I'm just wondering if I could just open that question up, and whether perhaps one for the ANAO, whether this could be a good case study to actually make clear how you did that, how you functioned and done contract management and reporting accountability on a large complex project.
I might start briefly and then hand over to the Deputy Auditor General. I would note that in the audit reports there is a section on key messages and both on good practice as well as on opportunities for improvement that can apply right across the public sector. And so for this audit, the ANAO has highlighted some of the good practices around governance and risk management that were in place, as well as some of the areas for improvement like records management, which I understand is quite a common theme across the public sector. Yep. And so this is one way in which we can capture some of the lessons from the experience of the Australian War Memorial. The ANAO also produces insights products which highlight some good practices that provide the opportunity to present case studies in a bit more depth to pick up some of the issues that you're speaking of, Senator.
So just on that, before we go to the Deputy, I think that would be, so in our report on contract management, I think if we could get that together and, do a nice little diagram and just to capture the model that you've adopted and sort of where those accountability points have been and lessons learnt, but also what you've done with culture, I think is lacking in other places, not everywhere, but lacking. So if we could perhaps capture in that framework, Auditor General, as you've mentioned, Chair, I think it might be a good thing for our report to actually capture, and not saying that it was perfect, but just that you've put together, I think, a model that's working. Sorry, Deputy.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I think Ms. Mellor had a comment as well.
Okay.
I think the big learnings here that are repeatable beyond what we've sort of captured from the report is identifying that something isn't business as usual and thinking about the risk and the governance around something of that nature. The second thing is that contract management is an ongoing long-term activity. And what we see in many audits that we undertake is a lot of emphasis on the procurement itself, but not on the investment in the ongoing long-term contract management to get the result. The War Memorial's made a commentary about capability, and your choice was to bring in capability within to the organisation. Others choose differently around their context and their business. But having a good think about how are we going to keep holding the contractors to account for the delivery and therefore the value for money over the long term, and your projects are very long term, I think is a big point. We've spent a lot of time in committee talking about the capability in procurement, but you've seen in audits that you've discussed in this committee before that people just don't manage them then. And I think that's something that when you're thinking through the long term, having that capability to manage it for the long term. If I just end on record keeping, there's a suggestion in the submission from the War Memorial which has two levels in it. One is some more detailed guidance, but the end point says words to the effect of, and when records aren't as necessary. One of our problems is, when we audit, is people don't actually follow the Archives Act and the law and keep the records that are relevant to the business endeavour. And so we'd be loath to support changes to record keeping guidance that had a tone of a red tape. Record keeping's embedded in the law. We think it's a piece of integrity for the public service to keep good records. And while we always applaud the centre, in this case the National Archives, putting out better guidance, we would hate to see a backing off of the pursuit of good record keeping in the public service based on what we're seeing.
Chair, I just in terms of experience, I think what Ms Miller said is very important, and we've got some examples coming up later today where officials just either for a lack of probity or outright corruption reasons have made the determination that these records, they were either careless or deliberately made the determination that the documents were not important enough to be kept. So I think that is a very important point as we look at this. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Just before we finish this session, the point that Senator Reynolds has made about a one-page explainer of what your governance arrangements were, I think would be very, very useful. So can I ask that be done?
Maybe 2 pages.
Through the ANAO, I think.
We'd be very pleased to assist with that and share what we've done and how that is repeated.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, can I thank representatives of the War Memorial for coming in, and congratulations on what's been a major undertaking, and I think you've managed it really, really well. So thank you, and we'll take a short break and reconvene at 10:30. Is everyone okay for that?
We are, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We've got representatives of My Health Record there, the Health Department. Department of Health.
Yes, Chair.
That's right, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's a little awkward when we're all over the country doing this, and thank you for making yourselves available today. Just for the record, could you please state your name and your title, please?
Yes, Amanda Catamol, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Digital Health Agency.
And Joan Greenfield, Chief Operating Officer, Australian Digital Health Agency.
John Borchi, Chief Technology Officer at the Australian Digital Health Agency.
And Laura Toyne, Acting Chief Programs Officer, Australian Digital Health Agency.
Carolee McLeish.
We've got some more to go, Chair.
Oh, have we?
Again, Carolee McLeish, Auditor General for Australia.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General.
Roni Mellor, Deputy Auditor General.
Michelle Page, Acting Group Executive Director, ANAO.
Christine Chalmers, Executive Director, Performance Audit.
That's it?
We're good.
Great, terrific. Look, thank you for making yourselves available. We've obviously had an opportunity to read the background information, as well as we have a copy of your submission after the ANAO audit. So thank you very much for that. There are some formalities that you'll be familiar with, which I'll go through now. I now call the representatives from the Australian Digital Health Agency and the Australian National Audit Office. And for the Hansard, we've stated your names for the Hansard. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies and factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of that claim. Are there any brief opening remarks before we move to questions or comments?
Thank you so much, Chair. I would be appreciative of the opportunity to make a short opening statement today.
By all means.
Thank you so much. So at the outset, I wanted to say on behalf of the agency that we've really welcomed the ANAO's report as an opportunity to further improve our procurement and contract management approaches. And we do really appreciate being here today to be able to talk that through and support your inquiry. At the agency, one of our central roles as steward of the national digital health infrastructure is supporting the My Health Record system. It's been in place for well over a decade now, and in that time has been safely, securely and reliably providing Australians with access to and control over their health information when and where they need it. And today that is more than 24 million records. The My Health Record played a critical role during the COVID-19 pandemic, providing Australians with direct access to their test results, their respiratory virus test results as well, and their immunisation records all in one place. While urgency, stability and clinical reliability were prioritised during that period, in line with the agency's risk framework, we absolutely agree that there were opportunities to improve contract management documentation, including variations. Given that, since that time, significant changes have been made to the agency's internal processes for contract management to ensure that relevant information is comprehensively reviewed and documented. This process is now in routine use with 2 layers of additional assurance. In addition, between 2020 and 22, we took our first significant steps away from relying solely on one vendor to support the My Health Record system. And as we said in our material, this has seen the value of the what's called the National Infrastructure Operator contract that supports the system reduced from 100% of the total infrastructure in 2021 to around 30% today. In line with recommendation 2 from the ANAO, in 24 we've also fully reviewed the National Infrastructure Operator contract and the contract management plan to ensure that the suggestions made in that recommendation have been incorporated, and we've also undertaken an internal audit on the work that we've done on those changes to the contract management plan to ensure that we have fully worked them through. There were a couple of minor suggestions for improvement made in our internal audit, which we are also adding to that assurance. We've learned a lot from the competitive approaches that we went to in market in 21-22, and more recently we've learned a lot from the ANAO report. We're applying those learnings in our improved contract management approaches, as well as directly into our current program of work, which is underway to modernise the national health infrastructure and support even better quality care for Australians. A couple of examples in 2024 where we've required our delivery partners' support for recent enhancements to My Health Record, particularly to integrate my Medicare and my aged care into the record. We have reviewed performance and deliverables, we've done a deep assessment of value for money, we've done a risk assessment, and we've brought that together all in one place, which I think is a really critical element of this, that in line with updated templates that we've used to bring all that together and have it together in one place to provide that full line of sight to the decision maker. Since 2022, we've initiated a plan to enhance our service integration and management. This has included implementing a partner value index, which assesses and manages our partner performance in that more multi-vendor environment. And this tool and its processes significantly improve how we manage and evaluate our partners in this different environment. We've also made strides, as the report recommended, to improve consistency in the application of our conflict of interest disclosures and management, embedded probity even more deeply as a core principle in our project and procurement planning, and we continue to uplift our record-keeping practices, a process we began in 2021 with bringing in to being our compliant records-keeping management system, but absolutely taking on board the feedback that all of that work from the NEO contract needed to come deeply into the new record system. And as we embark on the biggest program of work in the agency's history, it is a top priority for us to implement all the ANO's recommendations and suggested opportunities quickly and well. We have a comprehensive action plan for all of them to be fully acquitted by 30 June of next year, a plan that will be overseen by the agency's Audit and Risk Committee and the Board. So we welcome all questions from the committee today, and thank you again for us being here.
Thank you for that opening statement. I have to say that reading what we've got in front of us and then hearing from you gives me much more confidence now that I've heard the fact that you're accepting the recommendations and you have a plan to implement them by June next year, did you say?
Yes, correct, Chair.
Yeah. Can I kick off with a question, then I'll throw it open to the committee? And this may be a really naive question, but just help me. Because states and territories run the health systems, what does that mean for your work in having, so many different systems out there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, that is the heart, the heart of who we are. So the way the My Health Record system works, Chair, is that it is a summary of information that Australians and the health providers that support them can have at their fingertips. Where there's a gap in information, for example, in a clinical information system, or where in a transition of care between one part of the health system and another, information might be needed that could not otherwise be provided. So the way it works is there's a gateway that is the sort of authentication, middle infrastructure, And then we have a very detailed conformance process that has a lot of security controls in it that enables the clinical information systems that support all parts of the health system to link in to the My Health Record system so that information can pass through all and for each of them. So even though, for example, you might take a hospital that's got its own EMR, its own internal digital health system, that would enable all elements that are within that hospital framework to pass information around within it. Ours allows that to then move outside it. So, for example, some information can go from a GP through to the emergency department of a public hospital, from a pharmacist to a GP, or usually from a GP to a pharmacist, and so on. And as we grow the system, the work that we're doing now will bring more elements of the health system in. So, for example, aged care, residential aged care facilities under the Royal Commission, as part of the Royal Commission response, and the allied health sector. So that we start to get a system where Australians are at the centre and the care team, no matter where it is, moves around the patient. And a lot of that work, the way that the agency was established, Chair, is that it's auspiced and funded by all the states and territories and the Commonwealth together to enable that interoperability, as we call it, or connected care, if you like, to be to have the joining pieces that pull all that together. And our bit really is the joining pieces.
Gosh, that sounds complex.
It is. And of course, as you know, the health system, many parts, different, very different clinical systems, very different stages of uplift. But what we do have through the Intergovernmental Agreement on Digital Health is a commitment from all the states and territories and the Commonwealth to work together to make a more interoperable system. And that's the work we're about to undergo now. But that is a very different system to the one we have, because what we want to get to, when the My Health Record was built, it was fairly document-based. What we want to get to is a standards-based system where data moves around in a much more meaningful way, but with an agreed set of standards. And that work is absolutely, as you rightly said in your question, work that has to be shared with us and the states and territories.
Thank you very much. Can I throw over to other committee members if you have any comments or questions?
Thank you. I might kick off if that's okay, Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. I'd like to throw first to the ANAO, and I appreciate your opening statement and the seriousness with which you're one that you've learnt, in fact we'll come back to this, but the lessons you've learnt from moving away from high risk for one vendor, and how you do contract extensions and manage the probity issues surrounding people who've been working together for far too long with not enough scrutiny. But we'll park that for a minute. And if I could just come to ANAO, do you share the optimism of the ADHA in terms of, so, they've expressed a great intent and they're progressing to this, but how would you assess the journey that they're on?
I might start, Christine, if that's all right.
Yep.
I think one of the big lessons here is what's your strategy for what you're going to deliver. So the NIO, the interconnectivity system that the CEO has just spoken about, was a big picture, long-term vision, and the contracting model under it wasn't that, which resulted in the establishment of a relationship with a vendor, which extended over time when that long-term vision was already there. And so one of the things that we see across the sector in contracting is using contracts to buy something, but not necessarily seeing how that's going to play out over years of vision. And at one level, some of the things that we found in this audit was almost that the agency got captured by the vendor, because there's a risk now. I think some of the things that the CEO's talked about in terms of the model not being sort of 100% captured, which is good, and part of that capture is that you don't know what else is out there. So during a long-term contract, you don't know what new approaches, what different vendors, what opportunities exist by being in one contract for a long time. So there's a lesson for others there in terms of knowing that you're going to do something that's life-changing for Australians in the health system and for medical practitioners in the health system. What's the long-term procurement vision that goes with that, not just let's get a contract and let's get going. So I think there's a very big
and
lesson there.
Staff turnover.
Correct.
And
Correct. So having a strategy, this contract, the main one that we talk about in this audit's been in place since 2012. When I say captured, there's document disputes, there's all sorts of things in there. The big risk coming up now for the agency is when it goes to market for what it needs to go for market for. Has it got that strategy piece in place about how different contracts and providers might fit together to bring the services to the next stage of vision for the national health system, for the electronic health system? So, look, we always, as you know, heartened to see recommendations accepted and heartened to see action in place. We have no optimism, as you know. We wouldn't comment on what the CEO has said without looking again. And this is big infrastructure for Australia, and so I think it is something we'd look at again. But the comments that she's made with Ernest, we take as they're made.
So thank you. Just thank you very much for that. And if I could just, we've got a lot of questions, which I'll, in terms of the detail, unpacking the statements and each of the recommendations. But given this is not just a project of national significance, you get this wrong and every single Australian is impacted in a very profound way. Yep. Every single Australian has a stake in this. And so, transparency and to the Parliament and then through us to Australians is very important. So just looking back now, what are the big lessons that you have learnt and that you're now implementing for this project and maybe anything else that you're doing? And how would you characterise those lessons learnt and how you're doing things differently?
Thank you. So may I start? And I think we're all feeling really incredibly strongly about this. So can I start by perhaps just picking up the comments around the strategy piece? So I think there's absolutely a lot in that, and I want to start there because I think it's the big picture, and then it's the absolute daily work that we're doing on all the contracts and the future contracts we're going to have, because we are on the cusp of a very significant shift in the modernisation. So at the strategic level, over the last couple of years, culminating in work we did with the board last year that flowed into sort of really refining work earlier this year, and work that we've been doing with the states and territories, as I said, as the auspices of national digital health infrastructure together, we have crafted a really clear strategic vision for the future of the infrastructure. And that is a shared vision. It's been done in consultation. It's through the National Digital Health Strategy that was consulted on for 2 years, the National Interoperability Plan that sets the mechanics out of how you get to a connected system, and really critically, and this is the hard sort of back-end piece, what does the infrastructure look like? I mean, the IT infrastructure. We've published a 140-page document on what that would look like if you were to move to what we call a health information exchange, which is, if you picture a sort of network of networks, and that's where we want to be, enabling information to move meaningfully where it needs to go at the point of care, no matter where, much better quality information, so what we call atomic data. That is data that can be brought together in a much more tailored and meaningful way, and with Australians able to grab hold of it through their My Health record. So in this world, the My Health record is the consumer-facing part, but not the whole story. This is stepping well outside that one piece. So I say that because it matters that this is a big strategy for Australia in terms of the future of health information to support healthcare. So we've published that. We've also held a stakeholder briefing that set the entire tone and direction for that strategy. We did that in July, thank you. And that was really to say, this is where we're going. We need feedback. This is how it looks. This is the work we've done with the states and territories. It's gone through the two committees. There's one that's led by our colleagues in the Department of Health and Aged Care, and one that we lead through our governance that oversight that approach from the perspective of all the jurisdictions. They have auspiced that work together, and then within that we have funding to deliver components of that work. That includes a completely recrafted My Health Record itself that's capable of having this sort of information exchange. And that's called, we call it My Health Record on Fire, and the reason is that there's a standard called FHIR. Whoever cooked that up created a clever acronym, and that FHIR standard is the internationally recognised standard that enables information to move around. So that will be the future. This contract that we currently have is not the future. So there will be an entirely new set of arrangements. In addition, there will be a whole range of other procurements that are necessary to help drive that future. We have published those in our APP, several of them are in market, there are more to come. And the reason I say that is, but I think it goes to that question of we now do have a really clear strategy for the future that is within the National Digital Health Strategy and has the broad support.
Can I just ask on that? That's very good to hear. And being an Army officer for several decades, having a strategy is great, but you need the plan to implement it.
Absolutely.
So my questions then would follow on from that is, how do you convert this strategy? And you've got the various components you've discussed, but then how do you measure success? So what does the journey look like?
Yep.
And then how do you measure success and then course correct and make sure, and this is what Defence in particular is, so they'll end up with some part of it developed, like aircraft control towers, but then not have the system around it to actually deliver it.
Yep.
So how do you actually make sure that all the parts, a good project plan, and that when you leave, your successor knows exactly what's there, what delivered, what has to be done, and can hold and can comment on the past.
Agree entirely. So
how are you doing that bit of it?
May I throw to Ms. Toyne? Would you like to talk about? So there's the architecture, but then there's how are we going to drive this every day to make sure all those parts hang together.
So backed in, I guess, just prior to the information session that the agency had quite publicly in July, we did establish a program of work around the modernisation of national infrastructure. We've called it the Digital Health Infrastructure Program, ironically. And we have set up those program management plans, those schedules that are needed to look towards how we would support the future procurements that will go to market, as well as the work internally in the agency to ensure we've got the right capability at the right time. We stood that up and we had that supported by an interdepartmental committee, so a cross-government, whole-of-government committee with representatives from the DTA, Services Australia and the Department of Finance, providing their advice and guidance on this. They have done a lot of this transformation work before, and I think it's really important we lean on our colleagues across the Commonwealth to do that and bring in their perspective. And so we do have program management plans, we have project plans that sit under those. Obviously, we have procurement plans guiding our work as we approach the market. I think we've got the annual procurement plan that we have out, and we have updated a couple of times already as we iterate through what that looks like to transition.
So how many gateways have you, through that process, how many gateways have you got at the moment between today and realising, as the Auditor General said,
the future
vision, actually delivering that capability?
Yeah. So the future is a long one, and we are obviously dependent on ongoing funding for the My Health Record. At the moment, we've released to market and has closed off that first stage procurement around the FHIR repository, the FHIR server, which is around that data repository element of the infrastructure, and we've got future procurements coming where it goes to the application support and maintenance elements of the infrastructure, again showing how we are breaking up what currently exists now and working in a much more agile manner across the sector to bring in elements of innovation as well. And we are talking quite routinely to the sector within our probity constraints around that.
Can I just come back to my original question? So that's this first section, part, gateway, milestone, whatever you're calling it, yours. But then have you actually mapped out the rest of these stages? Maybe not with great fidelity yet, but do you know exactly now how you're going to go from here to realising that vision, and what capability you're delivering along the way?
Yeah, we've probably gone around 12 months out at the moment as we iterate out and really get fidelity over the next 12 or so months along the journey of sort of stabilising transition and modernising, and transition will be a really large component of our work. And we do work...
Is that sort of then flying the plane, as you say, building it? Is that it sort of... So, I'm sorry, but that's it sounds like you've got a long-term vision.
So, no, we've got more than that, though. The architecture is defined to a, in a conceptual way that is a very detailed architecture. So 140 pages of what that national infrastructure would look like.
So not being IT, but... So you've got this detailed vision and a structure and the strategy, as we talked about, and you've got a journey to get from here. As you said, it's a fundamental transformation.
It really is, yeah.
So have you defined that pathway yet? By the sounds of it, you're at that first bit.
We've got key components.
But have you...
that are funded.
Forget the funding for a minute.
Yeah, we've got key components.
I know you need funding,
but we do, absolutely. So we have... The recrafting of the My Health record itself. That's clear. Okay. We know that will but we know what it looks like in the whole system. So
Ms. Toynes described it sounds like a good process for the first small chunk, important as it is, very important. But have you a clear plan yet about how you're going to get from here to here?
So we have the first big piece, the rebuild of the My Health record. We have a clear plan for transition, because the transition will be significant. As we all know, we've got to move from, this one vendor is still our application support vendor. We've reduced reliance significantly, but they still manage the application support layer. That's really critical. So we have a transition and a really detailed plan, and we're working on that now for the transition. We also have not only the architecture, but the first agreed body of work under that will start to build out the broader infrastructure. And
to save time, could I perhaps, if you could do a
schema?
Schema, because at the moment it sounds like you've got a piece of work happening here. You've done a lot of work here to define where you want to get to, but I'd be interested now in terms of picking up some of these lessons learned and from others.
Yes, by all means.
Who have done this and then ended up over here. And not actually delivered this.
Yes.
Senator Reynolds, can I just...
Thank you. Hello.
Miss Mello was just starting to comment. Chair?
Thank you, and then I want to move on to Brian.
Yeah, sure.
Part of the strategy piece when we're talking about achieving the vision is the strategy for procurement. We have, this is an amazingly huge piece of infrastructure. But the shift to multi-vendor delivery, including for the transition, needs thought itself. The habit of the public service to vary and extend contracts because things are slipping somewhere else can put people into being stuck and not being able to move on. So one of the things we haven't seen routinely in our work is a procurement strategy where there is a long-term need that the sector is buying, whether it's surveillance planes, whether it's special military equipment, or whether it's back-end, we don't understand it all, but it happens, infrastructure of this nature. So as we build these big strategies with big visions for Australian infrastructure, how we manage the procurement needs strategic thinking too. What can be done inside the public service versus contracted in or contracted out? Where are the off-ramps and on-ramps because technology changes and things change? Or the directions of the community change and the social licence to do some things change. So underneath the big strategy, how are we going to use procurement to achieve that, and where are our risks, benefits and opportunities and review points?
And even little things like AI now
that
the committee is looking at separately. So Chair, I might ask if you could take that on notice, and without making it too difficult for you, but just so that we can clearly see, and then we might sort of pick up some, sort of something in our report about how you're approaching this and some of the other lessons we've learned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice, that would be useful.
Yes, by all means.
Brian.
Thank you, Chair. To Ms Cattermole, and this may have been answered, and I apologise if I've lost it in the detail, but did I hear earlier that the ADHA has agreed to take on all of the recommendations of the Auditor General?
Yes. Now, the one exception that we had in our response at the time was that there was a recommendation that the NEO contract be put out for open tender. Yeah. We accepted that in principle only because we're conscious that the board is the accountable authority for that decision. And so at the time that we just didn't want to sort of bind the board. But in any event, that decision has been made. So that is fully agreed and is underway.
It's been agreed.
It's been published. Yes.
It's no longer in principle. It's agreed.
That is fully agreed. The board has made that decision. It just hadn't at that time. Sorry.
And it's published in our APP, the procurements.
Yes.
Now, aligned to that REC that was agreed in principle.
So we were just being cautious in a governance sense.
All right. That's all from me, Chair. I just wanted to get clarification on that. Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, Senator.
Good. Thank you. Just, I guess...
Not very well, Senator.
Sorry?
That's better.
Oh, good. Okay. Just thinking about what the ANAO said about, strategy around procurement. I know, like, there's been some discussion about that already. Like, what's the role of the board going forward in terms of that overall oversight? And I think, and I guess in the context of, one of the findings was the Audit and Risk Committee did not report to the board on the adequacy of controls of procurement risks. And just that their kind of broader approach now, given you've got this big strategy, is it something like, I'm not sure if you said it earlier, that the board is thinking about procurement as strategy in and of itself to deliver the vision?
Yes, that is correct. Shall I pass to Ms Greenfield? Would you like to?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So once we had the plan developed internally around the strategic future, we actually took that to the board. And underlying that was an initial procurement approach for each element of that strategy. So right back from the end of last year through this year, the board has been, as the accountable authority, making those decisions. The board is advised by the ARC, as you rightly say, and the ARC oversees our risk management system on behalf of the board, and our ARC chair now comes absolutely every board meeting and presents a ARC chair report, both on our risk management approach and our financial management approach, and any internal or external audits, which include the procurement audit. So the ARC chair is making that join up and advising the board on those. Once we got that strategy in place, we developed the annual procurement plan to execute that strategy that goes out till next year for the first chunk, and that again went to the board for sign-off on the approaches. Each element under that now is developed, as Ms Toyne said, as a project plan and a procurement plan. Each of those have a risk assessment accompanying them. Those, again, go back to the board at the point of decision. So we have put in place a centralised procurement approach to oversight that. Previously it was devolved in the business. We've centralised that and brought in that first level of assurance internally, and then we have an external level of assurance over each of those sections of the plan to make sure they're compliant with the CPRs, which include the risk assessments. So we learn a lot from the shift to the multi-vendor environment and a lot from the ANAO audit, which has really shifted our approach to a much more robust line of assurance.
Thank you.
Ask the question, how long ago was it that you moved to a multi-vendor approach?
We commenced, Chair, in 2021 and were finished by late 2022 for those first two significant moves away, and that's really built the foundation for what is going to be a much more diverse, devolved set of engagements going forward, as well as Ms Miller rightly said, we have to then think about what is the best approach for this work, which might include, we have built a product of our own in the last few years. We've learned a lot from that. So we are thinking about what is the right target operating model given that we're going to be going on this very significant journey, and our own capability has grown substantially in that time.
Could I just ask on that, following on from the Chair's question then, is how do you, obviously in the report here, over time there was a lot of familiarity between those who were dealing with the contractor, and standards slipped, probity slipped, things were overlooked. We've seen also in this committee across many audits and inquiries we've done is the consequences of that. Yeah. But a factor of that is also who people talk to. Oh, well, we haven't bothered to look because we're not looking at delivering the capability effects. We're looking at, a fixed wing, or people have got biases about what is the capability or what is the capability in Australia or elsewhere that could deliver the outcome. And so there's a lot of bias and a lot of ignorance too about what is actually out there in the market. So how are you going about ensuring that you actually do a full and proper market scan that keeps up with what's happening, and also that what is actually out there, and not just what one or two people might dismiss, which we've seen a lot of.
I might take that, Senator, if that's okay. So part of our procurement approach that we've developed to support the strategy that our technical divisions have written is we've staged the procurements in the right way, so as you say, the pieces will join up at the right time, that we don't have a disconnect. But also we are in the market, and it went out on the 5th of November, and we held the industry briefing yesterday, a request for information to do exactly what you've said, to do the market analysis. And we briefed the industry yesterday on that we really are looking for the innovation, for the things we don't know. We're very interested in small and medium-term enterprises as well as the big vendors. We're asking the market exactly what are the options to chunk this up in a multi-vendor environment, both from a technical perspective as well as a systems integration perspective, and what are the options. So that will then feed into our request for tender next year. So we've staged the strategy to enable us to test the market in the right way.
Thank you. Thanks, Jo.
Can I just ask one more question, just in follow on from that, is what would you say about or two things, the skills, the confidence in the skills that you have, given the technical nature of the work, and you've been with one provider or a majority provider for a long time, and how do you factor that in to the next phase of work? And then secondly, lessons around cultural change, if any, that have come out of this whole process.
Thank you. We so our capability has definitely grown through that time. So we, the multi-vendor work itself really grew our capability. We learned an enormous amount from starting to disaggregate that what had been essentially one provider environment. The competition, the engagement and the competition certainly changed the dynamics. And we've worked really hard to change ourselves. So two things happened. One, we are on our way. We've started the journey, and we want it to be bigger and better, to being the system integrator ourselves. So in the past, when the contract was first devised, the vendor was essentially the system integrator as well. So, to be a good partner, we have to be the ones holding the integration. We have to be the ones who oversee all of the pieces together. We've grown that capability. That's been a huge shift in the agency for us to go on that journey to be the system integrator. And in addition, we've really matured the way that we engage with the partners together, and we've instituted a thing that we've seen work in the private sector a bit, and we've seen a little bit in international not-for-profits, called a partner value index. It is a qualitative tool, so it doesn't replace all the performance assessment and the service level agreements and so on, but it is designed to bring a much richer engagement with those vendors. It's based on a survey that is done within the agency and with the vendors around a whole range of things, not just performance, but also the relationship how is the relationship going, what's the quality, what's going well and poorly, and also are they bringing thought leadership. So what we want to see is something greater than the sum of its parts, so that as a group, as a cohort, those vendors come together and think about this as Senator Reynolds rightly said, as the significant system that supports Australians, that it really is, not just we're delivering this chunk. So I think we've really grown our capability in that time. We have also become a very different place. 3 or 4 years ago, we were largely staffed by labour hire. That had been that was an historical thing from the agency. We've moved strongly away from that to a very significant ongoing workforce. Excuse me. We have grown our capabilities in our ICT as well as our program management. We stood up an enterprise portfolio management office in 21, and that's really pushed us hard to be a better program manager as we look across the suite. And going forward, the next piece is really what kind of model do we now need? We're going to have to be different again in this new world. What do we need going forward? And that's the work we're doing alongside these procurements to ensure that we can change again. Culturally, we've also been on a very big journey. I guess, perhaps if I were to describe one of the things that I feel passionate about and really came in hoping to drive is a culture of openness, engagement. We've reached out to our colleagues. We listen and learn from nationally and internationally. We're a part of the international kind of digital health engagement through formal channels and many informal ones, because all these lessons are occurring all around the world. And we've tried to really build a place where people are empowered to deliver their best capability, that we are a reach-out culture, a positive culture, and that's a journey that, of course, never ends. We can't deliver this kind of body of work without that sort of approach.
What's been the biggest challenge then in realising that cultural change?
What do we think, colleagues?
Yeah, I think part of it was the change in shifting primarily from labour hire workforce to an APS workforce, and those responsibilities and accountabilities, which we've transitioned successfully. We're now predominantly an APS workforce, and those values-based is now what underpins us, but that was a transition period.
And some sense of ownership about the outcome?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're just about to wrap up, but just give Brian, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, on that note, I wanted to, when Ms Catamol talked about labour hire, I wanted to come in on that, and I'm pleased that the Deputy Chair's touched on it as well. Can we get a little bit of detail from the panel just on what numbers we're talking about have transitioned from labour hire into APS, and what benefits that has brought to the cultural experience within the agency, and what impact it's had in terms of staff expectations and satisfaction with the job?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Brian. If we can get a response to that one, and then we're going to have to wrap up.
Yes, thank you. So I've got some of the statistics here. So in 2018-19, what we call our external workforce, really labour hire, was nearly 42% of our workforce. 23-24, it was around 27%. But in addition, a lot more of those roles are the project roles that scale up and scale down. In addition to that, in 2018-19, we had a very small ongoing workforce. And now I think I'd have to take on notice the exact number. I want to say high 60s, early 70s. I just want to make sure I get that exactly right. But it is almost in a complete flip in terms of what was a very small APS cohort to our most significant workforce. And that has absolutely changed the culture in that people feel incredibly connected to our work. When we look at our census results, when we talk to our staff, it's the purpose that brings people to our agency. They absolutely want it. They know they're here to transform healthcare. That is what we are trying to achieve.
I've just had a look at
Thank
your
you.
financials. Of course I have. So unusually, this agency is sitting on its employee expenses at below 40% of its total budget, which means it's procuring. It's obviously procuring a lot of contracts for the delivery of the infrastructure and whatnot. but that's an unusual balance in a financial statement. One of the things about the strategy is that, leave aside the very important changes that you're talking around in strategic commissioning, is that this is a procuring agency. It's buying infrastructure to support a really important external delivery. And its mindset needs to be about procuring itself. So,
commercial.
But that shift that you're talking about actually starting to show in your financials.
Thank you very much. I'm going to wrap things up on this part of the meeting. Can I thank everyone that's attended today, and it's good to see that you're on a journey of transformation. I note that there's been, I think, 2 questions taken on notice.
Chair,
So,
Chair, can I just on that? Could I just ask? We had a lot of other individual questions. You know, the specifics of how you've implemented the recommendations. Chair, can I just recommend that we put those on notice as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Obviously you'll respond to those questions on notice. But thank you for attending today. If you can get the questions on notice to the Secretariat by the 29th of November, that would be appreciated. So I'll thank you and suspend until 11:30. Thank you
so much.
representatives of the Adult Migrant English Program, and I welcome back, of course, the ANAO. It's a mouthful. If you could just tell us who you are and what your role is, please.
Marie O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Specials Procurement Branch in the Department of Home Affairs.
Alexandra Mund. I'm Assistant Secretary of the Migrant English and Language Services Branch at the Department of Home Affairs.
Andrew Kiley, First Assistant Secretary, Refugee, Humanitarian and Settlement Division in Department of Home Affairs.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General, ANAO.
Caroline McLeish, Auditor General for Australia.
Rona Mello, Deputy Auditor General. Michelle Page, Acting Group Executive Director and Performance Audit at the ANAO.
Brian Boyd, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group, ANAO.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the hearing. There are some, as you all know, some formalities that I need to go through just to make sure that we're all doing things properly, and that the Hansard record is accurate. The hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it could be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. Can I invite any opening statements before we move to questions and comments from committee members?
Thanks, Chair. So Andrew Kiley, Home Affairs. I don't have an opening statement, but a couple of very short remarks, if I may. So I just want to thank the ANAO for the work on the audit. Really appreciate the engagement over the course of the audit. As noted in our response to the audit at the time, we've accepted all 10 recommendations, and we've undertaken significant work in the department over the last few months to address the recommendations. We've set some of that out in our submission to the inquiry, and I'm very happy to take questions today. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure that there will be, people will pursue some of those issues that you've referred to. So I have a couple of questions which I will ask towards the end, but like I said, thank you so much for coming in. I hadn't realised that the AMEP had been around for such a long time, and obviously this is an incredibly important program that affects so many people. And I note in you've got 13 providers, so I'll come back to that in a moment. Can I throw the questions? Brian Mitchell's got his hand up. So, Brian, we might start with you.
Thank you, Chair. And at the risk of being adding myself as a complete dope on this, I'm just trying to get the maths right. We've got here information that says the contracts are valued at over $2 billion and will have been in place for 7.5 years before they're replaced. And this represents an average contract value of $287 million for each of 13 providers. If I multiply 287 by 13, I come up with 3.731 billion. I'm just wondering, am I reading this right, that the over $2 billion, does that represent an annual cost of this program? Can somebody just go through that for me?
I've got the expenditure for the program going back to 2017, 2018. I don't have that broken down across each of the providers, so we might need to take those sums on notice, but I'm happy to provide the annual expenditure for each of the program years going back to 2017, 18, if that would assist.
Yeah, what do you have?
So 2017, 18, 210,612,000.
Average per contract.
So I don't have it broken down by average per contract. I've just got the total figures. And the.
So you're saying 17, 18, the total AMEP cost was $210 million across all 13 providers?
Yes, correct.
Oh, well, if you could take that on notice and get some, what the accurate figures are. Brian, did you want that per provider or just the... that gives us quite a different overview, I think, as to what I'm assuming it is, because when I read $2 billion, I think is that an annual cost of the program. I think the gentleman there is indicating that in 17, 18, the total annual cost of the program was $210 million, which is what, 10% of that. So I'm a little bit confused as to how much this program is costing per year in total.
Yeah, I can. So from there, across each of the program years, so it's 210 mil, then 225 million, 217 million, 255 million, 272 million. Yeah, with a few thousand on each of those, we can provide the full figures on notice. 22, 23, 317 million. 23, 24, 382 million. 382 million, and this program year through to end of September, 113 million.
All right, so that seems to indicate to me, rough back of the napkin, that the over $2 billion figure represents a cumulative total since 2017.
That's definitely correct.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Brian. Is there anything else from you?
That's it for now. I'll go away and work my sums and I might come back, Chair.
I think the other thing worth bearing in mind is that the $2 billion includes the cost of the quality assurance contract, whereas the 13 general service provider contracts are separate.
With the 13 providers, can you just explain what they actually deliver for you?
Yeah, so absolutely. So we have 13 providers who deliver the adult migrant English program services across a range of regions across the country. But Ms. Mon can provide further detail.
Yeah, I'd like some detail on that.
Yeah, on the specific nature of the AMEP services.
Yeah, certainly. So the general service providers, which is those 13 providers, provide English tuition to the students in their contract region, and that can be through classroom, part-time, evening classes, some online delivery, and we have one of the 13 providers also provides a distance learning program that is across Australia.
In addition to that, there is childcare support provided to individuals who are attending AMEP classes. There's individual pathway guidance that's provided to individuals who attend AMEP to support their English language journey as part of a broader settlement journey. There are also specific programs to support individuals to try and get into the workplace as well. So primarily an English language program, but with some other wraparound services to feed into broader settlement outcomes.
Chair, just me again. Just on that contract for quality assurance, so we were told that according to the ANO summary recommendations, the reported value increased from 6.15 million to 22.5 million for the cost of that quality assurance contract. Is that an annualised cost? Is that 22.5 million per year, or is that over the forwards? Or
that's over the period that the ANO was looking at for the contracts.
Which and that period was? Since 17?
Since 2017.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Senator Reynolds, did you have anything you want to pursue?
I certainly do. Thank you very much, Chair. There's so much in this audit report, it's hard to know really where to begin, but I'll start with the quality assurance services. Now, in terms of, so you've got 13 providers and they've all got the same KPIs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I had a look at the, so that's generally where I start. So I had a look at the KPIs and I was somewhat staggered to find that one of the KPIs is not to measure attainment in terms of how they can actually speak English. So one of the KPIs for an adult English language service is no longer actually how they speak English. So that's the first question. But the second question is, so in the report, in the ANAO report table 3.1, you've got the general service provided contracted key performance indicators. And on average, they're pretty woeful against the measurements, even though actually being able to speak English is not a KPI. So do you have these figures? So the average means that some fall even lower than this average and some actually might come close to actually attaining the KPIs. Are you able on notice to provide us with the achievement of KPI by each of the 13 providers so we can see? So can you just explain why the ability to speak English is not a KPI? Why it was taken out?
Yeah, so there are some changes made to the KPIs over the course of the contract period. And again, we've accepted all of the ANO's recommendations and KPIs, performance management framework.
What year was the change?
A couple of different changes, and so Ms Mond will take you through that. And so absolutely accept the ANAO's recommendation, and a key focus for us as we move towards new contracts, which are in the market now up on AUSTender, has really been ensuring that we have a really robust quality management framework, performance management framework and key performance indicators building on work that we'd already done in the department and certainly the ANAO's findings, so we can take you through that later as well. But I'll let Ms Mond sort of take you through a couple of key changes that were made to the KPIs during this contract cycle.
Thank you. So the agreement was established in 2017 with 4 KPIs in place, but KPI 3, which was around data timeliness, was never used as it was reliant on the delivery of a new IT management system, which did not occur at the time. And KPI 1...
Can you take on notice why it didn't occur?
We can take that on notice. The decision was made before the administration of the orders came into the Department of Home Affairs in 2019 as part of the machinery of government change. So we'll go through the records that we have.
Because this is obviously an important KPI in terms of record keeping.
Of course.
And it's not the first time in Home Affairs. Well, Home Affairs, as you are well aware, are frequent flyers by ANO and this committee. So if you could actually specifically provide information about how this was never developed or implemented.
Yeah, so we can take on notice. Again, was a decision made in the then Department of Employment and Tourism, who made the decision not to proceed with it, and then we can provide some further information on what we've been doing in the absence of that IT system.
Thank you.
But we can say that we currently do have a new IT system under development, which will be in place for new contracts that are due to commence in January 26. But just going back to the KPIs, so KPI 1 around client participation remains in use. KPI 2 is the one you mentioned around client progression, and KPI 4 is around accurate assessment against the Australian Core Skill Framework. These were both paused during COVID-19 to allow providers to focus on engagement and retention of students during that pandemic. At the time, the department then took the opportunity to trial another way of capturing that data. So the 2017 contracts introduced curriculum choice in the Adult Migrant English program, and the Australian Core Skill Framework sat on top of that, which meant there was duplication of assessment happening in the AMEP. So during that time in COVID-19, we trialled capturing the data that service providers are already reporting on through their delivery of an accredited curriculum and mapping that to the Australian Core Skills Framework.
Okay, so get the duplication of process and what happened but what was the requirement to attain proficiency in English, and how was that measured?
Yeah, so that hasn't changed. The requirement, well, the measure of measuring progression in the program has not changed. And so using that data, we know that in 22, 23 and 23-24, 89% of clients have achieved language progression across the AMEP.
So when you say language progression, perhaps if you take this on notice as well, you can progress from having a vocabulary of 100 words to 200 words, but that doesn't still make you proficient.
No, that's right.
So can you just give us what the progression, in terms of this information about KPIs, what you mean by progression in terms of ability to understand and speak English?
Yes, sure. So obviously the AMEP is a very large program. At the moment, last financial year we had nearly 69,000 clients in the program, and they enter the program at very different levels of English. The majority, 60% of our clients, sit at very low levels, what we would say is below Certificate 1. And so, we'll have a lot of clients who may be pre-literate in their first language, it's their first time in a classroom. And the reason I'm giving that context is that the AMEP does not have the program is a voluntary program, and there's no aim for people to reach a certain level of English. There's an eligibility threshold that you need to have under vocational English to enter the program.
So can I just pick up on that, because that's in the first indicator. So the threshold was actually commencing and staying in the course. So not actually their ability to progress in some way in terms of their ability to speak English.
Yes, so it's measured through how they progress through the curriculum. So if they've progressed through a unit, successfully completed a unit, which indicates that they've progressed in their English learning, then they've met the attainment for that KPI.
Okay, can I just turn to the quality assurance services? Obviously there was... So one of the first issues is that the department decided 15% of the budget would be spent on quality assurance, which was down from the audit report from 78%. And is there a correlation between that change in funding for quality assurance and what reads as an almost total failure of quality assurance? Why did you reduce that quantum, and how were the quality assurance issues not picked up?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things that...
Guess what are your lessons learned?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So a couple of things that we want to talk to on quality assurance, and again, I hope I don't sort of sound like a broken record through this hearing, but again, we accept the findings of the ANAO. We know that they're...
We're more about the lessons learned.
No, absolutely,
so it's not... We've got your report about what you've accepted, so really it's the what have you actually learned from this, and how are you implementing that across... It might be your job, Ms O'Neill, but how are you implementing those lessons learnt? And how are you adopting those lessons learnt? So, for example, for the OSB contracts, might come to... So, how are the lessons... What have you actually learnt from this? And what are you doing differently?
So one of the key changes we made to the quality assurance contracts was using it to support delivery during COVID. And so that was a significant shift, and we recognised that was... a real change in what a quality assurance provider should be doing, but given the circumstances.
Is that when the budget was cut for quality assurance?
It wasn't that the budget was cut for quality assurance, it was just that there was additional funding for the QA provider to deliver additional services to support program delivery during COVID. So there was an existing agreement mechanism for the QA provider to develop program delivery documents, and there's a whole suite of resources, including the mapping that they did for us to be able to do this measure of English progression against the Australian Core Skill Framework. So that measure that we just spoke about, that's been in place in lieu of KPI2, but still capturing that same data. And then there was a range of documents that they developed, professional development courses and digital literacy courses.
Just stop there? So you've got, between over this period, so between 50 and nearly 70 now, people who are doing these courses every year. So are you saying the quality assurance that you were paying for during that COVID period changed from actual quality assurance of the delivery of the training for all 70-odd thousand per year, and actually checking to make sure that the KPIs were being delivered and people were actually learning English and progressing? So that quality assurance you paid for went into, if I've heard you correctly, went to developing new systems and processes for quality assurance rather than actually doing the assurance processes themselves.
So well, during COVID,
am I on the right track or not?
Not quite. So some of those processes were paused during COVID because, for example, it wasn't possible for our QA provider to go and do on-site visits like they usually would, and those client file verification numbers dropped because of the pausing of the KPI. Because, as I said, at that stage, with what was happening in the pandemic and the particularly vulnerable cohort in this program, the focus was on
So it had to be done in person because
engagement.
You didn't have the computer system to record it all.
No, so it's just some of the quality assurance activities are about going on site and seeing the program operating on site as part of that quality assurance. But
has all that resumed now?
So that has resumed, and this financial year we've actually, in response to the recommendations from the ANAO, increased the number of quality assurance activities that are happening under the contract, and also put in place a new risk profile where we do sort of risk analysis of the providers and have used that to target how we're doing our quality assurance activities, which has seen an increase.
Thank you for that, for clarifying. Ms O'Neill, so can you just describe your role in Home Affairs in relation to this and other contracts?
Certainly. So I'm the Assistant Secretary of Specialist Procurement Branch, and we assist the business areas in the department to undertake complex, high-risk, high-value procurements. We're supporting the division that actually sits behind the branch, which is the Property and Contracts Division and Procurement Division, also provides all the policy and guidance and support for business areas to conduct their procurement processes.
So in that sense, what are some of the lessons that the enterprise-wide lessons that you've learnt for your responsibilities from this program and the ANAO report?
So we do take the recommendations very seriously. When the new tender that's out to market was designed, the recommendations were looked at, and we have a matrix that we refer to now that actually has all the recommendations and how we've addressed those in the documentation that goes out to market.
So in the big picture, what's changed? So from the previous model to where you're going now out in the market, what's changed?
So I might pass back to my colleague, Mr. Kiley, to answer that. I know that they have a new performance management framework.
Okay, I might, if we could stick with, so in terms of your role and response, previous reports and ANAO reports about the OSB contracts, the surveillance contracts, for example, does that one sit in your area of responsibility?
It does.
Okay. So given and
I think we might get started. Can you all hear me okay? Yes? Great. Thank you to the representatives of the Department of Defence and also the ANAO for being here. It's a busy time of the year and we very much appreciate your participation. Perhaps people could just identify themselves, give us your name and in what capacity you are attending today. From Defence and the ANAO.
Ben Wright, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Integrity.
Catherine Thatcher, Assistant Secretary, GWIO Domestic Manufacturing.
Nick Plowman, Acting First Assistant Secretary for Procurement and Contracting in Defence.
Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, Domestic Manufacturing in the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Group.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General, ANAO.
Caroline McLeish, Auditor General.
Lana Mello, Deputy Auditor General.
Michelle Page, Acting Group Executive Director, Performance Audit at the ANAO. Amy Wilmot, Executive Director, Performance Audit, ANAO.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for providing us with a copy of your submission and response to the ANAO audit. I've got a couple of questions, but it's around the issues of probity, in particular, mostly to Defence, but also one to the ANAO. But I might just see if there's, and we've set aside 45 minutes for this session, so people could take note of that. And we may start with, are there any
Deputy
committee
Chair. Sorry, Chair. It's the Deputy Chair here. I've actually got quite a few questions on this. It's something that I've actually been focused on for some time. So if you'd like to perhaps get someone else to go first with their questions, and then I've got quite a few questions to run through.
Sure. Brian?
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple. I'm not sure I go specifically to some of the issues, but did the ANAO assess domestic capability cost benefits in munitions manufacturing when it did its review? Does domestic capability form part of its thinking? And the other question really is, to the best of anybody's knowledge, are any other munitions/ordnance companies known to be affected by the special partnership arrangement? They're the sort of two key takeaways that I've got.
So, in auditing any entity's activities, we wouldn't re-prosecute what is value for money by doing a cost-benefit analysis or anything like that. We'd look to see what the department does and assess whether that work is appropriate. So, in short, the first question, no. I'm not sure whether we're the right people to talk about knowledge of other munitions producers. That would be something more up your alley.
I think it's probably worth just starting by acknowledging that the issue of domestic manufacturing of munitions and the strategic aspects associated with it have gone through quite a significant evolution over the last decade or so, particularly noting that the focus for this audit was around the 2016 to 2020 timeframe. Certainly at the moment, the government has just recently released the first Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Plan, which acknowledged that the facilities of both Benalla and Mulwala as national strategic assets that provide much of the foundations that we're going to build on to produce different kinds of missiles and munitions in Australia. Recent events, particularly the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, have shown that there's a critical global shortage for certain munitions and missile types, which has in turn driven up the cost of the unit cost per per munition. And so I think when we look at from a value for money standpoint, there's obviously the cost associated with maintaining this production capability, but also the costs associated of having a degree of sovereign control over the operation of those facilities, so that they can ramp up to meet those surges in demand if they arise.
And am I right in thinking that there is only one facility in Australia at the moment producing munitions?
That's right, Chair. So these two facilities, Benalla and Mulwala, are both managed by Thales Australia as our industry partner. They're about 70 or so kilometres physically apart from one another. Benalla manufactures and produces medium calibre and small arms munitions, and it has the capability to also expand to produce other types of munitions such as grenades. The facility at Mulwala produces the explosive material and propellant that is used within those munitions. They are the only two of their kind producing military-grade munitions at scale in Australia.
But they're not the
Okay, thank you.
Not the only provider.
but Chair, important distinction is they're not the only provider. There is more than one company that can do this.
Sure. Thank you. I've got a few questions, so perhaps Senator Reynolds, I'll run through those if you've got a number of questions you'd like to pursue.
Thank you. Also, before I start, Chair, I just do have to put on the record that I was minister for some of these decisions that were made and signed off on at least one brief. Appendix 4, it's the for in late 2019 and 2020 for the decisions. So I just put that on the record.
Thank you.
And I must say, when I read this audit report and read and remembered what had actually come up to me in the brief, it almost made me feel ill at what I was told, and that is very consistent with the advice that is in this report of what went to the minister, a different minister in 2017. So I have taken an intense interest in this, and as Mr Fankhauser has said, given the importance of what you do and the munitions that you provide. So what I'd like to do is, I think I might start not so much with the ANAO report itself, which was I think commend the ANAO on the comprehensiveness of this in terms of the process and advice and the deficiencies that sadly were identified in this. But what I'd like to turn to first of all is Minister Conroy. He addressed this ANAO report. He was asked in October about this report, and it sounded like he may have been given some very bland talking points from the department, so I'd like to unpack some of those. So for those who haven't read his comments, Minister Conroy was asked about the ANO findings of unethical conduct, the Secretary's referral of this matter to the NAC, and then the NAC returning it back to Defence, and Defence basically finding nothing to see here. And so the Minister said in response to this, I think the important thing is there is all due process, is that all due process was followed, and that all the organisations involved have investigated this matter. Lessons have been learnt by the Department of Defence, and I know they've made changes to their procurement process to ensure this doesn't happen again. So that's the first thing I'd like to unpack in relation to this. So can I just ask, first of all, the most obvious question, what due process was followed in relation to these findings?
So I think to start, Senator, the 8 recommendations, Defence has accepted all of them in full, and we've acknowledged that there were deficiencies identified in the way in which the procurement process was undertaken, and a number of related aspects to that in terms of record keeping and traceability of decision making. I think it's been a timely and valued report in the sense that it's enabling us to look at improvements that have been made to that procurement process and the way in which issues that were identified and managed within the department, but also how we are going to consider and provide advice to the government on the future operation of facilities such as the two at Benalla and Mulwala.
Ms Fair, I appreciate that, and Defence almost inevitably, when they have similar findings, these are not the first similarly appalling findings by the ANAO. So I accept that Defence is accepted, and I read the letter from the Minister and the CDF, but what process are you now actively following to actually implement these and learn the lessons from that in terms of how you move forward?
So in response to the audit findings, within the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Group, we've established an audit response team that's leading the implementation of the recommendations. It does point to issues broader than just in the guided weapons space around the way in which procurements are managed in defence. And I would also highlight that the issues that were identified in the area of focus were in that 2016 to 2020 timeframe. So some improvements have already occurred since, but it's an ongoing process that Mr Plowman will be able to talk to in a broader procurement policy sense.
Okay. Can we just get, if it's a long answer, can we just get the edited version now and then perhaps the more detail, because we are interested in, as you know, this is not estimates, this is, we are looking for the lessons learnt, what you've learnt, how you've extended them across the organisation, what the lessons learnt we can pick up for whole of government. So if we're going to get the top view, Mr Plowman, and then perhaps the detail on notice.
So I guess I just want to sort of put on the record that, we've got a significant wealth of procurement and contracting guidance, tools and templates and policy within the department, and we've sort of detailed that in the submission to the committee. And I don't think we've been sitting on our hands waiting for ANAO to drop a report. Like this improvement in terms of compliance and professionalisation are two key things that we're focusing on in the department at the moment. We're also looking at reviewing our commercial framework to look at the architecture and how the wealth of practice and tools and templates packaged up so that we're basically our procurement policy and framework and systems, it's to deal with very simple procurement all the way up to general purpose frigates. And we've got with the largest procuring agency in the Commonwealth, in 2023-24 we reported 31,390 contract notices and amendments on AusTender, totalling $67 billion. So there's a significant amount of procurement that's happening in the department, and our framework needs to sort of cater from the low end of town to the big end of town. We're also looking at implementing, a key focus of our procurement reform is professionalisation, because I think we've got a wealth of, we've implemented sort of decades worth of, lessons learned and continuous improvement in our tools and templates. But it's professionalisation, and the people are really key to the application of that policy. So that's one key area that we're focusing on with procurement reform is professionalisation and uplift. We're also...
So just on that, could you take the rest of that question on notice? Yep. And we'll come back to have a look to see what you've provided, but we're looking at the sort of the broad thematics. What are the things that you're now taking across defence? Because we've had a history of ANAO reports and mea culpas, and we're so sorry, we won't do this again, yet, Groundhog Day. So just what are those big themes that you're taking out of this and implementing, and how? That'd be very appreciative. So the Minister also said that all organisations involved have investigated this matter. So which organisations, how did this investigate? So when it bounced back from the NAC, how was this investigation conducted within Defence?
Senator, can I just correct one thing first? I'm not sure where the information came about it bouncing back from the NAC, because under the process what happened was the ANAO, as part of their audit, found the email in question, raised it to Defence, to me. Once we got hold of it, we assessed it as we would normally do for any allegation. In our view, we thought it hit the threshold to refer to the NAC.
Yep.
Under the processes, Defence continues to investigate it. So we started our own investigation straight away anyway. While the NAC's considering it, we'll continue to investigate regardless. So unless the NAC specifically comes back and says stop investigating, our obligation is to continue.
So to be clear, you are still, because I had seen something in either, I don't think it was the audit report, but in one of the public comments,
Correct.
that you had found, in fact the exact word was, they were not able to substantiate any of the allegations in the ANAO report.
So the allegations about the solicitation of the bottle of champagne, we were not able to find anything to substantiate it at all beyond the email. As part of the internal investigation, we did speak to the individuals involved. The individual involved was quite upset about the issues that he had caused, and in his words, it was a poorly worded email and a joke. We don't consider it to be something that is acceptable, so we have been spending a lot of time in the department uplifting people's understanding of you can't. When you're engaged in procurements, you need to be professional, and you
Mr.
can't.
Rod, I understand that sort of single issue about the bottle of champagne, but have you read Chapter 4 of the audit report?
Yes.
So I think the bottle of champagne was the least of the concerns in relation to probity. So there were significant problems, and I've just summarised them here. So they raised significant problems with the conflict of interest register, which were all very serious. With gifts and hospitality, so it wasn't just this one bottle of champagne, there was a broader issue as well. But probably to me the most serious issue was Scott work and the training. So Defence, as I understand it, engaged Scott work, it's all in the report, round 86, training on probity for Defence and for Talis staff. Now, while two of the Defence staff had indicated had registered a conflict of interest, what I understand is that the real and perceived conflict of interest is they were also receiving financial benefit from Talis. So you've got the person who's implementing the probity actually half owning the company itself, and then also getting extra benefit from Talis. So the issues in Chapter 4 are devastating, I think, in terms of the issues that they raise. So this is not just about a bottle of champagne. And these matters are well known in industry, and one of the problems is, I know these are historic for you now, but people in industry are very well aware of this report. They're well aware of the issues, real and perceived. And the fact is now you are now issuing new contracts to the same company. And in terms of... So this is why this is so important for I think, for your organisation, because you've inherited a smell, a big smell, and which is very clearly outlined in Chapter 4, or many of the chapters, but Chapter 4 in terms of probity. So if I could ask my question again, so we'll put the bottle of champagne aside, but all of these issues of probity, I can assure you, are out there in the industry. How have you gone ahead and now given this recent contract to Talis? As you know, there's been a lot of public commentary about that, and you've got other contracts coming up. I think I noted the rocket motor manufacturer. There are other, good company, but there are many other companies here and new companies. So can I just ask you to re-answer that question in terms of Chapter 4 in its entirety?
So, Senator, I can talk about more broadly. So the conflict of interest piece more broadly across the department. We have been doing a lot of work to uplift capability in that area. So not only did we commence masterclasses in conflict of interest this year that we've given to over 2,600 people within defence, they were targeted to the high value, high procurement areas of places like NSSG, GWIO and others. So that's one piece of work. We've redefined our conflict of interest policy. We've mandated that in the case of procurements, people have to declare if they have one or not. So that's a slight change to only declaring when you have a policy a conflict to you need to positively confirm you don't have a conflict. And we've also centralised now where people do fill in the conflict of interest forms, it comes to a central area where we coordinate it. So that's what we've done in that space to more generally uplift across the department around some of these integrity concerns. Another area that we've put a lot more focus on is we've stood up a compliance procurement area in my team to look at high, I wouldn't say high value, but high risk contracts to ensure that delegates are complying with the rules. Are complying with the requirements for...
Is that internally done or is that do you get external?
No, so this is internally done within the entity. And then we've got other lines of assurance such as our internal audit which also look at different areas if there's concerns. So if someone's...
Mr Wright, can I, sorry, again, I'm sorry, we're a bit time constrained on this today. Yeah. That is of great interest to the committee. Can you provide a summary of that process so we can see now how that is, that new process? And obviously that will have been developed not just from this audit, but from others. So can I just come back to then my question about the Minister saying all organisations had been investigated, presumably by Defence. So presumably that's internally, TALUS Australia, and did that include Scott work as well?
I'm not aware of that part being investigated, but TALUS definitely did their own internal investigations as well. And they provided a copy of their investigation to us and we passed that on to the National Anti-Corruption Commission for their consideration as well. In terms of Scott Worth, I'd have to defer.
You can take that on notice perhaps. Yeah. If you don't, we'll come back. I suspect if you don't know it probably is. So you did your own defence and TALUS did your own report and then sent it in. Okay. When the Minister said... So what were the lessons learnt that the Minister said had all been learnt from this process? Is that what you've just been talking about, Mr Wright? Is there anything else specifically for your organisation, Mr Fankhauser?
I think, as captured in the recommendations, record keeping, the traceability of decision making, the declaration and management of conflicts of interest. There was a range of areas that were identified as deficiencies and they're the areas that we're actively addressing.
So my next question then is what changes to the procurement processes have been made in response? And if we could go back to the most obvious and very public example of that, is the most recent contract to TALUS, and what were the lessons learnt that went into ensuring that those same mistakes were not made in this contract?
So if I could just start by identifying, I believe it's the 155mm forging. Yeah. So that request for tender was released on the 1st of September last year. The audit report was handed down, I believe it was the 25th of June of this year. So the tender process was...
And that was a sole source?
The tender process has gone to two prospective tenderers. On the 30th of October, Minister Conroy announced that TALUS had been identified as the preferred tenderer, but that process remains ongoing.
Okay.
So just to be specific, the contract hasn't been awarded to TALUS, they're just the preferred tenderer.
Okay, they're the preferred tenderer. So there was two?
Yes.
And there was the original RFI was open to three. Sorry. Yes. One declined to respond.
The limited tender went out to three parties. One of the parties decided to not respond, so only two respondents.
Were they three Australian companies?
Subsidiaries of international primes.
All three?
Oh, sorry, two were subsidiaries of
and
international.
One was Noya?
And one's an Australian. Yes.
By process elimination? Yep. Okay. So when the minister says changes will ensure this won't happen again, so just with your organisation, how many contracts have you got underway at the moment?
There was a number of lines of effort that were agreed to by government in mid-2024. A number of those are now in the various stages of contractual negotiation, and I don't think we've got any that have actually been finalised yet, but they're in various states of being finalised.
Could we take on notice then a list of those projects you've got underway and sort of where they're up to, and we'd just really like to understand how you're wrapping all of these new processes that Mr Plowman and Mr Wright have discussed. Thank you.
And if I could just close out where I was going just before. So the Audit Office report in relation to the 155mm forging tender was tabled while that process was still ongoing. So there's some lessons that we've learnt and are applying as these activities...
In retrospect?
I think things like record keeping and making sure that documentation is properly finalised and stored on appropriate systems. A lot of those issues we're continuing to identify and remediate where possible.
Okay, so I just want to clarify one thing. So when the Minister said that the changes that you are implementing will ensure this doesn't happen again, do you know what he was actually referring to when he said this? Because it's a very big report and there was a lot of deficiencies. So what did you understand the Minister said that sure this won't happen again?
I interpreted that comment as, we have more senior oversight on the management, particularly in the guided weapons and explosive ordnance. We have the first 3-star officer who was appointed as the Chief of Guided Weapons in May of last year. We're increasing the number of embedded procurement staff in our organisation. We're looking at lessons not just from this report but from other recent reports from the Audit Office that have identified deficiencies in our processes. I think we certainly take the findings very seriously, and as Air Marshal Phillips said, the issues identified are not of the standard that we expect, and we're committed to remediating them.
Can I just come back again, Mr Wright, to the investigation? So you just jogged my memory. Air Marshal Phillips said that the department, this is at the same time with the Minister in Washington, the department has investigated that matter and cannot substantiate what was alleged. So you're talking, so that's specifically just related to the bottle of champagne, not to everything else in Chapter 4. Okay, so who actually conducted the investigation within Defence?
So the investigation was conducted by one of my investigators. So I've got a fraud investigation team. So one of them was the primary investigator on the matter, and they investigated it.
And that's the bottle of champagne?
Correct, yes, Senator.
Okay, and not the rest?
No, Senator.
Is anybody...
Senator Reynolds, sorry, about how many more questions do you have?
Probably 5 more minutes. Do you want to give me a break for a minute, and if other people have got questions, then I'll come back and finish these questions?
Lisa, Senator, did you have anything you wanted to raise? Yes. If we could do that for a moment, that would be great. I'm just conscious that we've only got about another 15 minutes.
No problem, Chair.
Thanks. Thank you. I could probably give you some time, Senator Reynolds. I don't have too many. In terms of the smart buyer mandatory risk workshops, where the report found they weren't conducted in time to inform the decision, given the workshops were mandatory, how was the department able to circumvent the process? And were there any consequences for those who made the decision to press on without having done the workshops?
Senator, I might start, and Mr Plowman might add to the response. It's probably just worth highlighting that the period in which the Audit Office was focused was one where Defence was going through quite a fundamental amount of change following the 2015 First Principles Review. The Smart Buyer process had been introduced as part of some of those reforms, so it was still, at least in the early stages of that process, becoming embedded in the way we manage procurements. It's in a much more mature and established state now. I can't specifically say how it proceeded without having done that Smart Buyer workshop, other than to say the fact that it was still a process that was bedding down at the time may have been a contributing factor.
Okay, that seems a bit underwhelming. So a change is brought in, it's new, people aren't that familiar with it, but we're not really sure why, other than it was new, it was in place. That's all. Yeah. That's all you got to say.
No, I think.
I know it was a while ago.
And
it does seem pretty concerning.
And we can certainly look to see if we can provide additional information to the committee on this. I just acknowledge that the acquisition organisation within Defence at that time went through quite a substantial transformation from the old Defence Material Organisation into a new model led by the Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. And during that transition, there was quite a fundamental change in the way major procurements were managed within the department, but we can definitely seek to get additional information.
I mean, maybe looking to the future, given the outcomes of the report and some of the things that you've talked through in response to Senator Reynolds already around what you will do in response to this audit. Do you feel confident that things like this would not happen again, and what kind of processes have you put in place to ensure that, when there is change occurring, that it is well embedded and that procedures are followed from the time they are implemented, even if they are new?
So in terms of major procurements, there are gate reviews that now need to occur before a submission would go forward through the investment committee and advice up to government. And the role of those gate reviews is to ensure that documentation is complete, that a lot of those mandatory steps have been taken. So I think the maturity of the system has helped to ensure that a reoccurrence of those observations that were made in the report would be less likely to occur in the future. There is, of course, occasions where consideration will need to be made based on the urgency of the procurement and whether through a Smart Buyer workshop or other mechanisms a decision is made to either streamline or accept a greater degree of risk because the benefit will outweigh the potential risk. But it's hard to give specific examples.
And Senator, sort of following the munitions audit, we've taken steps with the capability gate reviews to add commercial division representatives, so either myself or the First Assistant Secretary would attend the gate reviews to ensure compliance with procurement rules.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Sorry.
No, go on.
Maybe just one more. One of the other areas identified was weaknesses in Defence's knowledge and understanding of the facility's operations. Has the department considered any arrangements to rebuild the expertise of personnel in munitions manufacturing facilities as a result of that finding or that observation?
In short, yes, and the establishment of a dedicated group for guided weapons and explosive ordnance is one way in which we're doing that. I would also acknowledge these two facilities are quite unique and different to other parts of the defence-owned estate in that they're very specialised. They were formerly operated by the government, and when they were privatised in 1999, essentially what is now Thales Australia has operated them on our behalf under various arrangements since then. There's obviously a lot of hazards and specialist work that go with running facilities of this nature, and a lot of that expertise has resided in industry since the decision to privatise in the late 90s.
Thank you. Brian, did you have anything before we go back to Senator Reynolds?
No, I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Okay, can I just ask one question, then we'll go back, hand things back to Senator Reynolds. But my question was to the ANAO, and most of what I wanted to ask has been picked up, but I'm just interested in whether the ANAO has any persistent concerns about policy or ethical issues in relation to procurement going forward.
Thanks, Ms Burney. I think with the extent of procurement auditing that we do in Defence and the number of recommendations that we give to Defence, there is an ongoing concern about whether recommendations implementation is embedded in the culture. So today we've heard some, pretty positive from one group. Yes, we're doing this. Yes, we're doing that. But the sorts of recommendations we make feed right across the defence procurement behaviours. And so it's always heartening to hear that the munitions group is, sort of dialing up its efforts and all of that sort of thing. But next week we'll go into the shipbuilding group and we'll see the same thing. Or the week after we'll go into the Air Force and we'll see the same thing. So there's a really big challenge ahead for Defence. I think the biggest challenge that this one shows is there is a culture in these very long-term contracts. So you mentioned, the witness mentioned that after the privatisation of the facilities back in the 90s, one provider in its various corporate guises has been in there for 25 years. And this is similar to what we were talking about with the Digital Health Agency, where one provider has been building something for the public service for 12 years. And there's a real risk that you get captured by the provider, whether it's in incumbency in turning contracts over or in the nature of relationships that you form. And I think I was at Defence. Defence had an integrity conference running yesterday and today, and I was at Defence talking procurement yesterday. And one of the big issues is this kind of nomenclature of strategic partnership. You're actually not in partnership. You have a contract that you need to hold them to account, but you need to build a professional relationship around that. And you need to do it in a way that it's professional, but it doesn't go near lines that the community changes its thinking about over time. And I think one of the things that's very hard for Defence is that there are these big international contractors that do very important heavy lifting in Defence specialist military equipment and munitions, and we are reliant on them because of their specialisations. But how do we actually form the appropriate distance in our relationships and closeness in our relationships that doesn't put value for money at risk?
And so I think that's a very, very wise observation. Senator Reynolds, we might go back to you, I think.
Thank you. So can I just pick up from Ms Mellor's comments? And I think that was very similar to my reading. And I just wanted to go through, because when I went through what were the lessons learnt and in terms of probity and problems, we went straight to a bottle of champagne. And it's like chapter 4 didn't exist, but the rest of the report didn't exist. So what ANAO has just advised, so my reading of this is that Defence knew of probity risks from 2016. They weren't actioned appropriately in a probity plan, and those risks were quickly realised and then continued on all the way through. So Defence developed a high-level negotiation position rather than systematically addressing the 199 non-tender compliances it identified. It just said, well, won't worry about those. Defence's internal smart buyer process that you were talking about, Mr Fankhauser, was designed to ensure it was a well-informed buyer but the mandatory risk workshops were not conducted in time to inform a sole source contract, which again is one of the main concerns I know that I and others have now about this process that is being adopted. And it might not be the case anymore, but I think more transparency to reassure people would be important. But then ANA also found that the investment committee itself made the decision to sole source in 2016, and the minister in 2017 was not advised of these risks. So the question is, was the investment committee advised of these risks? They're identified, and maybe it's a question on notice for defence, but they still made that decision. And then, so the information the minister got in 2017, as again I got in 2020, was incredibly deficient and did not make clear those risks. And the minister at the time did ask for other viable options, and as I understand from the report, the minister was never provided with any information about other viable options, because Defence clearly had already made its mind up through the investment committee that it was going sole source. And as my colleague mentioned, Defence didn't understand the facility operations correct, and Defence continued to advise ministers that Thales was the only viable operator for the facilities, which clearly in hindsight was not true. And more work could have been done to reduce the risk. But in Chapter 3, in that process that Defence went through in August 2019, I think coming back to our discussion, Mr. Wright, if you go back and have another read of this report, there were deficient processes on every level, and Defence failed, either turned a blind eye to them, or they did not carry out in a way that Ms Mellor has sort of described. And the Defence's own report, after the investment committee had made their decision, advised internally that Thales's proposal was actually designed to ensure that they maintained unimpeded control of the... I mean, this was Defence's own advice to Defence. So in October 2019, again, Defence internally determined that the Thales tender was not value for money and assessed the proposal against all 5 criteria, that it was deficient significant with a high risk and, as I said, 199 non-compliance. And it goes on and on and on, sort of right through. So if I could ask perhaps on notice that the issues of probity, but not just probity in terms of process, and I saw this as Minister in other projects. We've got the Land 200 example, you know, where things went through investment committee, and we've had Home Affairs examples as well, that these processes keep going on, and we've applied Smart Buy. Well, actually, no, you haven't. Not you now necessarily. So if you could take that away and have another look at this report, because it's either systemic failure from beginning to end, and nobody has picked it up along the way, including the investment committee, or it is something much more than that in the close relationship. And Chapter 4 does indicate, you know, that relationship with some of the officers with, what I call it, Sky, what was the name of it? Scott Work. There are clear indicators there, and so could I just ask that you go back and provide the committee with more advice about what basis, so if Defence is still continuing the open investigation, what are you actually investigating? And then what will you report? And has the ANO been consulted in Defence's investigation of your report findings?
It's fair to say that when we find information that might warrant a deeper look by Defence, we point them to the information. It is their information.
Yes.
And so it's our practice to... We sort of don't get consulted on investigations. We're not investigators, but we certainly meet with senior people, present information and leave it to the talented investigators as opposed to the auditors. Well, that they have to meet certain qualification thresholds to conduct the work, which is in your group.
Did you need a warrant in relation to this?
I don't think we did in this one. No, not this one. Not this one.
Okay, excellent. So just my last question, I guess, is as you move forward with the 155 contract, and given the history and given the approach to this contract and the cynicism out in the community, and I think in this committee as well, and I know other parliamentary colleagues share our concerns. It's not to say you've done anything wrong in this process and you haven't learned all the lessons to be learnt, but further transparency to this committee would be very helpful in terms of that detail of, you know, specifically what lessons have you learnt, how are you making sure that, you know, another ANAO report in another 3 years' time will find that, oops, you know, things had still slipped through on such a critically important capability. And I know you've taken on notice what other contracts you've got, but the 155 and for me the solid rocket motor manufacturer comes to light. And also in that, if you could include where you get, and this has been a topic of conversation with others as well in other contracts, but how do you now do your market scanning, and how do you get advice from DSTG, from ASCA? I know they don't always agree, and sometimes they both have different opinions on what's out there in the market in Australia and overseas. So if you could include how you were doing that to avoid the issues of the past and to get the best possible capability for Australia.
So could I just make a quick
Please.
comment? Because I don't want to leave you with the impression that
And then I'm going to wrap things up.
that the other elements hadn't been looked at. The reason why I went straight to the champagne issue is because my team looked specifically at fraud. The other issues like probity, how we improve that, have been looked at. So when we come back to your notice, we will be including what we did across all those elements. But unfortunately, I don't sort of run the probity part for defence.
No, thank you for that clarification. And I think one of the issues is that sometimes it's very easy to say, well, here's a clear case cut of fraud and we didn't sort of follow probity correctly. But the indicators in here, in this report, I think anybody with any nose for anything that might be a bit amiss would say there is something in here that is deeply smelly, for want of a better way to describe it. So it might be probity issues, but such a mass of probity issues and non-declarations and conflict of interest arrangements in terms of financial probity could well, it might not be fraud, it might just be something else. But that's what, so if you could come back in that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. And can I thank the witnesses today? There are a number of things you've taken on notice. So we would like to get those responded to by the 29th of November to the Secretariat. And once again, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we will reconvene at 2:30. we might get things moving again. Can I welcome people here today? We are now looking at the Department of Defence Department of Defence My Clearance System. I'm very conscious that Senator Darmin has to leave early. So before I ask her to bring anything forward, can I ask for people to introduce themselves and their title for the Hansard, please?
Ben Wright, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Integrity.
Nasa Walton, First Assistant Secretary of Enterprise Systems Division of the Defence Digital Group.
Peter West, First Assistant Secretary of Defence Security and Chief Security Officer. And I also note that Ms Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate, will be joining us very shortly. She's just upstairs in a hearing related to PFAS, and which is due to conclude at 2:30, so she will be here shortly.
Thank you.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General, ANAO.
Caroline McLeish, Auditor General.
Rona Mellon, Deputy Auditor General. Michelle Page, Acting Group Executive Director, Performance Audit, ANAO.
Amy Wilmot, Executive Director, Performance Audit, ANAO.
That's it? Terrific. Senator.
Thank you.
Oh, wait there. Wait, I've got to do something. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. Are there any opening remarks from witnesses?
No, Senator.
Thank you. Senator.
Thanks. This is a question for the ANAO. Your findings highlighted the need for Defence to improve alignment with the CPR's intent for future procurements. What are the consequences, if any, when a department doesn't act in line with the CPR's intent? And what instruments can be used to ensure that departments do their due diligence in relation to procurements and contract management more broadly?
It's a very broad question, Senator. Thank you. I think the big issue about the CPRs is that the Finance Minister has made these rules under the PGPA Act to both deal with risk and put in place a framework that best pushes us towards achieving value for the money for the taxpayers. So whenever we see non-compliance with the CPRs, it does bring into question about whether the risks that are being dealt with in the rules and the opportunity to achieve value for money is being discarded. We don't put a price on, if they'd done this better, they might have got, $8 off per unit or something like that. But the whole framework, and it's a rule made under the PGPA Act by the Finance Minister, and it's mandatory. And failure to follow the rule is a breach of the Code of Conduct under the Public Service Act. So it's quite serious. We should all look at that framework and say government's requiring us in the public service to do these things to achieve best value for money for taxpayers in the purchasing of goods and services. What are the consequences? Well, matters of non-compliance are a matter for the accountable authority of the entity. Another consequence is that the Auditor General may very well suggest, and we talked a bit about this in an earlier hearing this morning, that the rules framework might need to be tightened, and so give recommendations to government or say to the finance department to tighten these rule frameworks, because people's sense of convenience or cutting corners or non-compliance is actually compromising the opportunity to achieve value for money. I think I'll stop there if that's okay.
No, that's useful, thank you. And so maybe this is a kind of broad question as well for defence. I think the way I kind of took some of the findings, particularly the one around, defence largely relied on contractors to manage project performance and the performance of other contractors. It strikes me that it's like, does that mean internally you don't know what you don't know? And then how do you address that? And I guess more broadly, I'm talking about that internally, like is that about a lack of internal capacity around performance contract management? And then some reflections, I guess, given, post the audit findings, what would you say the culture, what is the approach to culture around these things going forward? And then taking on the point just then of Ms. Mellor, the, kind of value for money and complying with frameworks. So there you go, just a bit of a broad question there.
Thank you, Senator. In respect to the Defence Digital Group, I can tell you that there has been a change to how projects are being governed inside the digital group. I can't talk more broadly for Defence, but I can only reflect on DDG. So DDG has started to implement the change of the contractor to APS ratio, and we are on target to hit our 60-40. In addition to that, we have made sure now that every program lead on all of our major projects has an APS personnel in charge of making decisions. We are no longer tolerant of contractors making decisions on our behalf as the Commonwealth. That is our first change. The second change in terms of your culture, we have absolutely been reviewing all of the procedures and processes of the Defence Digital Commercial team and the way that we run commercial inside projects. The first major strength and change to that, the projects no longer have commercial staff directly embedded in their projects. They are now run from our group operations division and are separated from the project delivery team. That's the first thing. The second thing is we have established the ICTPA, and we are continuing to refine and refresh the ICTPA, and we have made changes to the way the ICTPA and our approach to that procurement under the ICTPA occurs. So in addition to that, so we have done singular case study reviews, and we've reviewed those numbers from 14 to 3. We have now got an online tendering tool for the managing of the tendering process. We have redesigned all of our documentation to reduce our duplication, our returnable schedules under the deeds, our confidential informations, our conflict of interest process, our insurance requirements. We are strategically working through all of our procurement to ensure that we are now working towards an appropriate culture of procurement.
Senator, if I could also add around that compliance piece that you raised and consequences. So after, I suppose, several of the audits that the ANAO have done and our own internal audits, in my division we did start up a compliance program where we did review, last year it was around 50 contracts, procurement contracts. Each one of those procurements was given a rating, and then the Associate Secretary personally wrote to each of the delegates either saying, well done, you did a good job, or here's what you were non-compliant about, you need to do better. Now, with the non-compliance, we looked at those who, it might have been an educational issue or just a skills issue where we said, look, you need to go off and do training, you need to uplift yourself. For the more serious ones, we then did send them off to be considered for breaches of the Code of Conduct. So the APS Code of Conduct, but also in the military sense, referred to for administrative action should they have reached a threshold where that type of action was warranted.
Mm-hmm. And are you seeing that that's made a difference?
I think personally it has made a huge difference. One of the things we did with the operation, which I named Operation Anvil, was that we made it very public. So we told people we were doing it, we told people we were going to look at things. We specifically only limited it to the last 12 months so we could have more recent stuff, so people couldn't continually say, well, this was 3-4 years ago. We said we want more recent stuff. And the outcomes of those reviews were also provided to all the group heads and service chiefs for their review. And we also went to the Enterprise Business Committee, so one of our top tier committees, and I provided a breakdown of what the key issues were, the non-compliances, and where people did do well. So that the senior management within Defence had a clear visibility of what the environment and the culture was. But obviously that's the assurance part. The uplift and the training is where we are focusing more on, is how do we upskill our procurement people and our professionals across Defence.
And can I ask...
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. If you've got a skedaddle, thank you. Can I ask a question on from that? What you've described and what you've put in place and focusing on the last 12 months is very much understood. But how long have you been working at this? The sorts of things, I'm sorry, I missed your name. The person in pink.
NASA.
How long have you been working on all those things you put in place?
Yeah, thank you, Ms Burney. The processes that we've been on place has been since the restructure of the CIOG group to the Defence Digital Group. There has been major structural change to the Defence Digital Group, including the establishment of project delivery divisions outside of architecture, commercial and governance, of which I am one of those leads. We have been working solidly over the last 12 months under new leadership to be able to enact all of these. So while it may not fix historical issues and historical procurements that were done at the same time as this program, we are certainly seeing systematic improvements to procurement as we are moving forward with our new procurements.
Okay, Brian, was there anything you want to raise?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I might give the Deputy Chair first dibs, seeing as we've had a couple of guys from our side.
Okay, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Brian, for that. One of the things that I wanted to focus on, and one of the themes that came out of this report for me, was risk and the capturing and reporting of risk, which is a very constant theme, not just within Defence and the hearing we've just had prior to this, but across government. And the risk frameworks in terms of how they're developed, how they are reported and how risk is actually assessed and managed is not consistent. And in this case, risks were identified early on and they were realised. And then, I don't think how to phrase this, but then also how the risks are reported up to the IC, in Defence's case, to the IC. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not, and sometimes IC clearly don't ask, and just whoop, in the past, maybe not now. But then also how it's written for the Minister, because we often see, and it is a consistent theme, that the Minister is not advised of the risk or on any of that, and which is a real problem, because then where is this? How has this suddenly gone wrong? Well, I wasn't advised, or my predecessor wasn't advised, and so perhaps if you could focus on that bit, perhaps from each of your perspectives, because obviously you'll have a different perspective on this and thought of how you could do it better or how you're looking at doing it in a far more systemic way, and risk mitigation.
So in DDG, I can confirm, since in this review of this audit and the main recommendation around the risk management plans for ICT Complex project, we have done an internal review across all of our ICT major complex projects, and to ensure that their risk management plan does exist, risk tolerances are accepted in those plans. We have conducted that review. Only every single complex project had a risk management plan, and I would like to note we were unable to locate the risk management plan for my clearance at the time of the audit. So we have located and have verified all of those. We have re-reviewed all of them. We have made recommendations to 2 projects to review their risk tolerances and make those changes. In addition to that, our project governance boards have all been ensured that they are all re-established, and that risk is reporting into those boards from the from the DDG's risk tool, and the boards are seeing those risks. We are then ensuring, certainly in enterprise systems delivery, that the risks that I am writing to the next levels of committees are actually reflective of the risk frameworks and the risk reporting tool. In my program boards, all members of the governance boards have a real-time link to the risk register, and they can access that register at any time. We have also been aligning the risk register of the delivery arm with the capability managers governance forums as well, to ensure that it's a consistent risk register and all members of the program delivery are aware of the risks.
So that's good, and I think that's a good sort of basis. But then how does that become a living, breathing document that underpins the rollout of the project? So one of the things is, even when we see that exist, then those who are delivering the project, how do you have confidence that they're aware of the risks? And then if they start to see one of those risks being realised, how do they more quickly identify and mitigate it or manage it so that it doesn't keep going this way, and then we get to situations like this?
Yeah, so the good governance on a project's inside DDG and those governance boards, as I said, the risk registers are tabled at every one of those meetings with those live links. We are absolutely driving a culture of reporting and highlighting those risks as soon as they become available, and not waiting for a program board to be the next meeting to be able to do that.
So that's good, but how are they then? So say you identify one of the risks as being like a medium or a high risk, is starting that the project managers actually understand what it is and start to see early signs of it. And so how do you make sure that they know how to identify it, who to report it to, and then who makes the decision on how to mitigate it?
Thank you, Senator. Just so to answer that question, each of our project managers in enterprise, as they have learnt the new risk reporting tool, have undertaken new risk training with the tool and how that applies, how they are rating their medium to high to extreme risks, and what they do in the tool. The tool does enable an automatic reporting from the project risk through to our enterprise risk, and our governance of our executive team are looking at our DDG enterprise risks and our quarterly performance review meetings. So we are seeing those risks and how they relate to a control on an enterprise risk. So if it is something that perhaps a project's going over budget, we can see that the controls that are monitoring an over budget may not be working, and then we're reviewing those controls. So we have done that internally, and as I said, we have been rolling that out and that training with those project managers.
That sounds very sensible, but that's DDG.
Yes.
So is every group doing their own different sort of system, or then how does it come into a defence enterprise? Is everybody developing their own risk management and control systems? Or is there an exemplar that'll be rolled out everywhere else?
At the high level, Senator, this issue is quite live, and they are looking at a holistic approach to this across defence. The issues around risks not being escalated transparently or in total is not unique to this audit. We've been picked up previously about, advice hasn't been going up properly. So it's something that we discussed quite openly at the audit committee. and it's reported back to the Secretary. There's also work that's going to come out of the Royal Commission into Veteran Suicide that had the same sort of criticisms around committees not raising up issues. I do know, and if Ms Perkins was here, because I know I've been in her committees, where it's now actively talked about, this needs to be escalated to the next committee up. So definitely at the committee level, it is something that people now are actively very aware of, and for good reason.
So at the moment, as I understand how you've described it, is that groups are doing their own thing and improving within their own group, like DDG, as it sounds like a good process. But is there a defence-wide architecture now that provides consistency in terms of how it's identified, managed, mitigated and reported up, or does every group now doing it differently? And so when you're sitting at, sort of the higher committee level, are they getting consistent reporting and consistent information in a single enterprise architecture?
I think we will best take that one notice, but I just note that the Enterprise Business Committee, which we mentioned earlier, which is probably the senior management committee in Defence, is currently going through a process of working through all of our enterprise risks. For example, we will be presenting on enterprise security risk next month. And I just note, while they have certainly put out to us a template to try and engender a common approach to how we manage risk, so the Secretariat for the Enterprise Business Committee, I would just note that risk is managed slightly differently in different contexts. So, for example, in the security context, our risk is managed within the government PSP, Protective Security Policy Framework. It's not a defence framework for managing risk, whereas DDG has an internally risk-managed framework. So while there is certainly a common approach to risk reporting, how each group and service does it, I think ultimately will be slightly different, but I think we're just at the beginning of that process, and it's probably best that we get answer that question on notice.
Thank you. Ms Perkins, welcome.
My apologies. I've been with colleagues upstairs in another hearing. It's a busy day in the Senate.
Understand that. If I could perhaps ask, you haven't had the advantage of the discussion, but we've just heard from DDG about how they've learnt the lessons from this program in terms of risk management, reporting, escalation, sort of through to the Minister and how that's managed. So DDG have got a new system that sounds quite reasonable, but just asking the question about enterprise-wide for defence, is your group doing something a bit different from DDG? And how are you managing the reforms on risk management and reporting and action?
Thank you, Senator.
Sorry, straight in the easy questions.
No, that's right. It's a very live question. You probably recall from your time in the defence portfolio, we think about risk in a few ways. We have an enterprise risk system. We have a strategic risk system. We are working very actively right now to standardise those. So I'm an enterprise risk steward for two risks for the enterprise, the security risk and the estate risk. That's our places. And we have all of those are treated in the same way in the same risk model. So if you were to have one of the other risk stewards for an enterprise risk, HR, budget and so forth, they look the same, the risk register the same, we report to our risk committee in the same way. All groups and services, though, we're very aware of this, have been dealing with their own internal risks, and the way we think about risk under the PJPA Act, a little bit differently. The Associate Secretary is leading a body of work now that's to standardise how we are internally managing risk. So I think we have, I would say to you, in, for instance, the capability system, much more standardised, in the work health and safety system standardised, but each group and service will now work to harmonise both our risk registers and our escalation pathways, and that's a really important piece of work we're doing right now.
Could I just ask one more question, Chair?
Yes, and then we'll go on to Brian, please.
Thank you. So, Ms Perkins, so having a look at, so I've focused on sort of on risk. So reflecting on this report and the fact that risks were identified earlier on and they have been realised, and there's been now contract variations and scope reductions on this project because of those risks, What are the main lessons for you out of this in terms of how to stop what happens, and how do you and other groups need to remediate to stop that happening again?
I would start by saying, if you will indulge me, that the remediation activities we took once risk was realised in the delivery of my clearance, I think is an enormous credit to the staff of DDG and my staff. We worked incredibly hard through 2023, and we see that now in the health of the system. In the last financial year, I'm sure Mr West's already told you, we had our record delivery of clearances, 82,000 clearances delivered by AUSPar last year. My clearance now works, and it works well. I think the core challenge in the Department of Defence is that the work that we do is high risk. We are at the cutting edge of the delivery of hard things. And the importance in the way we manage and identify potential risk is to put those mitigations in throughout the process, and to understand when a risk is realised, whether we can accept that risk or seek to remediate it. Look, I think the key lessons for us are well reflected in the audit. I think it's an audit that we came to, having done, as I said, very good work on remediation and important things for us in the delivery of particularly ICT projects. As a customer of ICT projects and a project lead, I'm a capability manager and a delivery manager, the core lessons for me, I think, is more escalation and engagement on the treatment of risk throughout the life of a project. I think this work I just described in standardising our approach to risks will be very important for us. As a capability manager, one of the this one is one not with my capability manager hat on, is I, in other parts of my business, have fortnightly or monthly engagements with my project team, so that as a Deputy Secretary I'm monitoring the risks. So I think this is a project that stumbled at delivery but has recovered well because we worked really hard on that risk mitigation.
At the right point.
Thank you. Brian.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to preface this at the risk of, I don't have a career ahead of me as a diplomat, it's got to be said. Let me just start from the outset. There's been a lot of jargon in this delivery, and I find it a little bit hard to, keep along, I guess. A lot of talk about risk and what does that mean. Essentially, when I read the material, in November or December 2020, government approved a project, and I'm guessing with a whole reams of advice from experts and consultants and departmental officials saying that this project was going to deliver X, Y, Z. 35 months later, somebody's come back to government saying, oh, sorry, no, it's now not going to deliver that, and we think you should formally de-scope continuous assessment, automated risk sharing, use of AI and enhanced interface functionality. So basically a very significant downgrading of what had been approved 35 months earlier. So there's 35 months of work there, which I wonder, why did it take that long? Who was responsible for providing the initial advice to government that this project could be met? Why couldn't it be met? What are the lessons out of it? And if you wouldn't mind, if I could be so blunt as to use plain English rather than departmental speak, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
You'll have to forgive me, Mr Mitchell. I've recently joined Defence and don't have the full history of how the project was initiated or the de-scoping elements. What I can convey is the system that has been delivered, even without those additional elements, is now meeting the needs of our client of AUSPar and is actually assisting in the initial capability effect of improving the efficiencies on those clearances. So what we have delivered is working very well. What we acknowledge in the report is that at the time of delivery, we didn't have that right. We have learnt lessons from that go live and how to monitor improvements at a go live, how to remediate some testing through UAT prior to going live with the systems. We have captured all of those lessons in our new ways of working in delivering our projects.
Thank you. One more from me, Chair, or probably two more, I guess. I'm just wondering what actions have been taken since the audit to build the procurement and contract management expertise within defence. We've heard a fair bit of evidence about how we rely far too much on contractors to police contractors. So what work has been done within defence to build up the skills internally, and where are we at with that current level of expertise?
Look, I might start there if that suits colleagues. Defence undertakes an extreme amount of procurement, would be a plain English way of saying it. And I absolutely accept your premise that we're a bit complex. We are. It's worse on the inside. We've developed in recent years what we describe as the One Defence Capability System. And that looks at all the things we need to procure and breaks it down into capability managers, the people responsible for it. So the Chief of the Army, for instance, is the land capability manager. I am the estate capability manager. That's not relevant to this. Procurement and contracting are critical skills for defence because of the investment we need to make in capabilities, from aircraft and ships down to ICT systems and other business we undertake. My colleague, Deputy Secretary Chris Diebel from our Capability and Acquisition and Sustainment Group, is our lead senior officer on procurement professionalisation. And he has our Procurement and Contracting Centre of Excellence. So they are the responsible party in defence for the uplift of skills, and then each of us are responsible for our teams meeting those requirements. I would say we're very focused on it, and use audits like this as a way to ensure that we are meeting our obligations under the PJPA Act. So I'm really focused on it as a capability manager, and I know Deputy Secretary Diebel is also.
So I lost a bit of audio at the end there, but I'm hearing that you're focused on it and you've got processes and people to run it. But since the audit, have you built up your procurement and contract management expertise within defence over and above what it was before the audit?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. In Defence Digital Group, who undertook this procurement and that the audit findings relate to, as I conveyed earlier, yes, we have. We have made substantial improvements in terms of our commercial team, making sure APS are within that team. We have been working with the team around their processes, their documentations, the establishment of a Defence ICTPA procurement and the refresh of that panel. We've ensured each of our commercial APS staff have been going to training to uplift their commercial strategic processes and negotiation skills. We are working very much in that space, and more importantly, as I mentioned earlier, we have separated that commercial procurement from the delivery team members, so to give that independence and assurance that we are following the appropriate processes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from anyone?
I think Mr. Plowman has just come to the table, had a further response to Mr. Mitchell's questions.
So just representing CASG, so on behalf of Chris Diebel, who was unable to attend for personal reasons. So we're responsible for the enterprise-wide function for contracting and procurement. So, we manage the policy, professionalisation framework, and professionalisation is one of the key tenets to procurement reform. We're keen to rebuild procurement and contracting as a core APS skill set. And this is in line with the recent announcement or release of procurement and contract management profession that APSC's just released, and we're all fully on board with that in terms of leveraging off whole of government initiatives to upskill the profession. We're leveraging off World Commercial Contract and SIPS membership for that sort of broader professionalisation. We've been doing uplifts in terms of delegate awareness and targeting senior leadership group in terms of better understanding their responsibilities as signing off as PGPA delegates. We're developing professional pathways for people within procurement and contracting to set better expectations on what skills and expertise they need for particular levels. We're refreshing a competency matrix with a keen focus on that 70-20-10 model, the 70% on-the-job training, 20% mentoring, 10% formal training. With regards to probity, we're looking at establishing a probity advisor training course to uplift those probity advisor skills internally within the department. And we're leveraging off whole of government arrangements in terms of procurement and contracting training.
Can I just ask in relation, Mr. Plowman, to the comment about professionalism and pathways? This has been a common theme of many of the discussions that we've had as a committee with various departments. So is this something now that you're doing internally across Defence, or is this something now, because it logically should be a more recognised career pathway across the APS in terms of a valued, important profession, and with a professional career pathway, not just within Defence, but across the APS? Is that something that, are you doing this proactively, or is this part of some broader activities in the APS?
So I think it's, APSC is definitely taking the lead on, elevating this as a key, job family within the APS, a key, core skill in relation to, the APS strategic commissioning framework from government. And we've definitely been, focusing on internally in Defence on the professionalisation framework, because we've got a lot of tools, templates, good experience, like in the commercial framework, but it's the application and people using the system is what we need to focus on. And sharing lessons learned sort of across not just the Defence enterprise, but across the whole APS. Yep.
Thank
you. Okay. If there's anyone else got any questions?
I might just throw ANAO insight on the table from this audit, because this one's a bit different than the other ones you've looked at today, because it's about the procurement and the implementation, which is why you've got this broad range of witnesses here. I think, in the last hearing, you asked Defence to come back to you on the whole sort of Chapter 4 lessons learned. There's another one in this one, which is Case Study 1, paragraph 356. Which involves an unsolicited proposal, the provider working on the proposal, blah blah blah. There is this kind of, and you've heard witness testimony about some conversion of sort of the reliance on contractors and bringing more APS staff along. That's not an unusual story, that case study. I'm not saying in your area of Defence, but we see this kind of thing all the time. So in terms of contract management and contract relationships, a bit like the last lesson, it's really, where are those boundaries? We have contractors walking through, we give them passes, we have them walking through, they're buying coffees for people. Are we actually astute to, do we need this service? Or someone puts it on the table and we go, oh, that's a great idea. So what's the real discipline in, do we need this service that's being shoved at us? I think the second one is, and Mr Mitchell's commentary I fully applaud, managing technical projects. Just as we see in cyber, we see it in complex procurements as well, that the dialogue going up the chain on risk is quite often almost incomprehensible to the more senior people, that these very technical projects, and in your case, whether they're in DDG or whether they're in CASG, they are extremely technical projects. And one of the things we need to get better at as we escalate risk, identify and escalate risk, including to the point that was made by the committee member around the blowout in cost of projects or the de-scoping of delivery in the project, is saying it in plain English and what the risk that brings with it. There are so many technical parts of the public service that speak their own lingo. There's your SME, your DDG, your cyber, your tax, there's all this stuff. And as you go up the food chain, including to ministers, we need to see people explaining things in more accessible concepts in their advice to ministers, in their advice to secretaries, in their advice to boards, so that those with business risk responsibility can actually make sound judgments. And I think what we're seeing here is great optimism for delivery of something huge and amazing. But as problems emerge, an opportunity, I think, for all of us to improve how we brief upwards.
Can I pick up on that point? I think that's absolutely spot on. And I think it's more than that. Just a little bit of own experience, and I'm sure the Chair has her own experience, is, as we've seen in today, is a lot of these risks are never escalated up to the Secretary or Secretary CDF or the Minister. And so how is it done in plain language, but also who should be the decision maker? And we saw that a lot in COVID, and I know in some of the reports is, yes, this is high risk, but at what point does the Minister need to make the decision? It's high risk, but we discuss it in Cabinet, and we did this all the time during COVID, but yes, we will take that risk because it is important enough. And we just have to put the controls around it and then understand what that's involved. And I think that's not done very well. And we haven't really seen any examples in this committee of where that is actually done well. We sort of did it during COVID, but it was, by exception. And we've had some, audit reports now about lack of process being followed. But where should that risk decision be made and reported in plain English so everyone can actually understand what they're making a decision on?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. I think that's absolutely right. I know that just one personal reflection of me is that sometimes as the Minister, you got such a convoluted brief from the agency that it didn't jump out at you what should have. Can I put it that way?
One could be suspicious
Can I thank everyone?
That was intentional, Chair.
Probably. Can I thank everyone for what's been a very productive and very long day. I know it's been a massive amount of work for everyone involved, and as I said, I do thank the Secretariat for that work. Can I just say to those of you that gave evidence today that if you could get the things you've taken on notice to the Secretariat by the 29th of November, that would be very, very useful. And I thank all members of the committee that were able to participate today. I thank the ANAO and our witnesses today from Defence, and I'll call it a wrap.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.